Hello, good morning. Please take a seat. Perfect. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us for the second day of our conference. We hope you've learned some new things during the first day. So I'm happy to present today's first keynote lecture is going to be on women at work in the course of structural transformation by Professor Rachel Nair and representative of Morocco Office of the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women. Ms. Leila Arhiwi is going to be moderating the session. Enjoy. We may begin.
Merci. Merci. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Bienvenue à cette session dédiée à la transformation structurelle pendant 150 ans de travail des hommes et des femmes. Et donc, pour échanger sur des problématiques liées au marché du travail, les transitions du marché du travail et les processus de transformation structurelle, la participation des femmes et les défis rencontrés sur le marché du travail. C'est un grand honneur pour moi d'être aujourd'hui avec vous pour animer cette session et je voudrais, sur un sujet qui me tient très à cœur, à l'ONU Femmes, nous travaillons beaucoup sur le sujet et qui est crucial pour la réalisation du progrès social. Et j'aimerais remercier nos amis de Bank Al-Maghrib et de la Banque mondiale d'avoir pensé à moi pour l'animation de cette session. Comme vous le savez, le marché du travail connaît ces dernières années des mutations sans précédent sous l'effet d'avancées tant technologiques, d'évolutions géopolitiques, de mutations économiques, de changements climatiques, et nous sommes donc tous devant cette confrontés ou témoins, on va dire, de cette transformation structurelle pour autant les emplois que les professions. Et je dirais que cette transformation, tout en apportant bien entendu des opportunités, soulève quand même de nombreux défis, et ces défis sont les plus forts vécus par les femmes, et on le sait, on l'a déjà touché hier dans certains panels. Les défis que vivent les femmes sont multiples et sont interconnectés. Elles continuent à être confrontées à des obstacles systémiques qui limitent leur participation au marché du travail, des obstacles économiques, mais également non économiques, tels que la discrimination salariale, le manque d'opportunités, les capacités ou encore le fardeau disproportionné des responsabilités domestiques qui leur incombent. Et donc, aujourd'hui, nous vivons dans un monde où les femmes, vous le savez, et ça va être une part de la discussion que nous allons avoir dans ce panel, les femmes effectuent la majorité du travail domestique non rémunéré, que ce soit pour l'éducation des enfants ou le soin, ou encore les tâches ménagères. Et ce travail, malheureusement, n'est absolument pas reconnu, ni pas suffisamment évalué ou valorisé, alors qu'il est vital pour le bien-être et la santé des sociétés. Et donc, j'aimerais féliciter Bank Al-Maghrib et la Banque mondiale de ménager un moment d'analyse à cette problématique de grande importance et de discuter sur comment l'écart entre les hommes et les femmes et la répartition du temps entre le travail, les loisirs, les responsabilités domestiques ont évolué au fur et à mesure que les économies subissaient des transformations structurelles. Et donc, pour ce sujet, et pour nous éclairer sur ce sujet, nous recevons aujourd'hui professeur Rachel Ngaï. Comme vous l'avez vu dans le programme, Rachel Ngaï est professeure au département d'économie et de politique publique Imperial College. Elle est professeure associée à London School of Economics et elle est chargée de recherche au Centre de recherche sur les politiques économiques. Et le professeur Ngaï est réputé pour ses recherches sur la croissance économique, l'économie du travail, et notamment sur l'économie et les problématiques de genre, Plusieurs de ces travaux ont fourni des perspectives sur les dynamiques et les rôles entre les hommes et les femmes sur le marché du travail et sa relation avec la croissance et la transformation structurelle. Elle a étudié en profondeur la manière dont le temps est réparti entre le travail, les loisirs et la production domestique entre les deux sexes. Et si vous permettez, j'aimerais quand même citer parmi ces contributions 3 articles qui, à mon sens, également sont très instructifs et nous offrent une lecture enrichie des dynamiques de genre. Je citerai le premier travail de professeur Ngaï qui est « Les écarts entre les sexes et l'essor de l'économie des services ». Ensuite, la transformation structurelle sur 150 ans de travail des femmes et des hommes. Et enfin, l'emploi du temps et le genre en Afrique en temps de transformation structurelle. Ces travaux de professeur Ngaï dissèquent les complexités des rôles de genre dans le travail au fil du temps et évaluent comment les services ont joué un rôle dans l'allègement de la charge de travail domestique des femmes et l'amélioration de leur participation au marché du travail et leur productivité. Sans plus tarder, j'ai le plaisir de donner la parole à professeur Rachel Ngaï pour qu'elle présente sa communication intitulée « Women at Work in the Course of Structural Transformation ».
Thank you. First of all, I want to send my condolences to the victim of the earthquake and my prayers to the survivor to rebuild their livelihood. I also want to thank the organizer, especially the local organizer, for putting this conference during this difficult time. This is a very important topic, labor market and structural transformation. So today, I'm going to focus on the result related to gender. Okay, I'm going to first go through some historical data for the United States since the 19th century. Then I'm also going to take a cross-country perspective. The focus will be on how women's and men's work change over time across market and home over the course of development, and how is it related to structural transformation. The talk is based on 3 papers. The talk itself, the slide, is available through the conference, and the papers can be downloaded on my webpage. So I might go through some slides quicker so that we can focus on the later part when I will draw some lesson for the MENA region and for Morocco. Okay? So this is structural transformation and development. Many of us know this picture. Basically, it shows a decline in agriculture, a slightly hum-shaped manufacturing, and a rising services. So on the left panel, you see a cross-country from 1980 for many countries. On the right-hand side, you see 10 developed countries for the last 200 years. So this is one of the most robust findings across many countries. But when we look at female labor force participation, another well-known fact is there is a U-shape. So on the left-hand side is put together the labor force participation against the development level measured by GDP per capita. And you see when you put all the countries together, you can trace sort of like a U shape. During early development, female labor force participation fall, and then it started to rise. On the right-hand side, you see for the developed country, that is also true for about 150 years. Now, this U-shaped idea is not new. Many of us in the audience know about it. It goes back to a paper by Sinha using Indian data, and then it was furthered by many other authors. These evidence are mostly cross-country evidence, which is shown in the panel data picture I showed you earlier on. There is some challenge for this using about, cross-country data is not the best way to look at it. And many people is trying to, argue when you control for country fixed effect and things like that, it might not hold. So what I'm going to do is focus on within country, okay? And I'm going to use the historical experience of United States to show it. But first, let's try to think, what's the definition of employment? According to ILO, the International Labour Organization, when we talk about employment, it includes both the jobs all of us have, we get paid. It includes work you do for family business, okay? For example, working on a family farm, or if your family have a bakery, you help at the family. All this work is part of employment because the output is included in the GDP. Okay, so that is a simple way of thinking about what is employment. That is very different than home production, which we will look at later on. So unpaid work is a very important component, especially during the early development stage. But unfortunately, its measurement very often varies across country, and even sometimes vary across time. So in the U-shaped paper that I'm going to present, joined with the other two co-authors, what we try to do first is to compute a consistent measure for the United States by identifying this unpaid employment. Okay? Once we do that, I will show you there will be a U-shape even for United States. And then I'm going to show you a framework to understand why structural transformation itself can generate a U-shaped female employment. Okay? So what is in the US? If you go and just download the US employment rate from census, very often you will see a monotonic increasing female employment rate. This picture is shown by Claudia Golden's presidential address 2 years ago, by handbook chapter, very recent handbook chapter by Jeremy Greenwood. So what is it? Why in the United States it should be monotonic increasing if you think about the picture I showed earlier on using the cross-country data? So that is quite puzzling. Then you try to understand how the census measure employment. As it turned out, before 1940, census only count gainful employment. Gainful employment means that you get paid. So if a woman in the they answer, I don't have a gainful occupation, then she's not counted being employed. Now that is a severe problem before 1940. So the challenging task is really trying to identify that, because we know family business is a very important item in 19th century for the United States. Back then, there's no jobs that a man can do to feed the whole family without the family contributing. Okay, so this is the first task. We need to find that number. So we use the microdata from census. The simple idea is basically, if a woman say, I don't have a gainful occupation, we look at the husband. What does the husband do? If the husband report self-employed and have a farm, then we say this woman cannot not help on the farm. She has to work on the farm. Okay? And if the husband say, I have a shoe shop, then the woman has to help on the shop. So this is the simple idea how we get that. So when we do that, then the picture changes completely. The orange line is the official census data, okay? And it's a picture that we often see, which is a monotonic rising. You can see it's a monotonic rising line. When we try to go back into the microdata and dig out all these women who are doing job, but just that they were not getting paid. Instead, it is the family profit. Then we get the blue line. And clearly what you see is there is a U-shape, even for the United States. The adjustment doesn't change the men employment very much, because very few of these men are doing unpaid family work. Now, where does this unpaid family work come from? And if you look at it, most of it is the light green area, which is the unpaid farm work. There's part of it in that purple area that is also unpaid, like, for example, family, shoe shop, bakery, okay? What we see this picture is that it tells you that in 1880, the female employment rate is as high as 58% instead of the official figure of the 15%. Now, that's a huge difference. But this picture now looks more comparable to the cross-country evidence we see. Countries at the very early development stage actually have a very high female labor force participation. Now, skeptics look at this picture and say, okay, this tells us that female employment rate is U-shaped. But wait a minute, employment in 1880 for a woman may be very different than employment in 1980, even though this figure show that it's both about 60%. Okay? One argument could be in 1980, most of women are doing a full-time job. They might be working in an office. In 1880, they're working on a farm, but maybe not for 40 hours per week. So this will be an overestimate of the labor participation of women if you also include intensity. But there's a counter-argument for that, which is that hours for paid job has changed a lot. Okay, in 19th century, people used to work 6 days a week, 10 hours a day, so that would be 60 hours. Over time, hours per employee have been falling. So that will push the estimate to the other way. So this is why it is very important for us to account for the intensive margin. Now, this is another very challenging empirical task because we will need to find the hours for employed person, whether they are in a paid job or in an unpaid job. For paid job, there's quite a lot of historical statistics from census of manufacturing and various projects. For the unpaid hours, we will have to go back to what the moderator mentioned, the time use study. Okay? So when you look at the time use study, interestingly, the first available time use study is in 1917 by a PhD student from University of Pennsylvania, looking at 60 Pennsylvania families and trying to put together what housewives are doing at home. But nationwide, we used to have a Bureau of Home Economics and the US Department of Agriculture. They will set up this time use station in various places in the United States to collect this. So this is a picture of a time use study in 1929. So essentially, a woman, will be given, or a person that is being interviewed will be given these two balls, and they have to enter what they do on that particular point in time. As you can see, they will say, I'll be sleeping for this period, then I will get up to prepare breakfast, and then I will be doing cooking, etc., etc. So that hasn't changed much. Now we have modern day time use study, but that is the same idea. They ask what you do during that time. So we have to spend a lot of work trying to dig out this historical time use study. So this is how much we have got by now by the United States map between 1926 and 1953. So all these are the studies we have found and we put together. So when we put together these hours for paid job and hours for the unpaid job, then my previous picture on the U shape in terms of labor force participation is now multiplied by this intensive margin. And as you can see, the top line, which tells you the total market hours per person, is still display a U-shaped pattern. So one message is clear. Definitely, female employment rate was not monotonic rising. There is a U-shape, okay? Even if you allow for the intensive margin. So this brings to the very important question related to the opening remark of the moderator, which is the use of time. When we think about the use of time, and it's very important for me to introduce the framework to you, how to understand this pattern, is that there are three main categories. You do work for the market, so this will be the part of the labor supply or employment, meaning the output you produce will be counted in the GDP, whether it's a paid job or unpaid job. Okay, so that is the picture I have shown you so far. But what about the non-market time? There are two types of non-market time. One is time that you enjoy as leisure, chatting with your friends, browsing on the internet, watching TV. Okay, you enjoy the time per se. The third one is home production time, which we heard a lot yesterday already. Home production time is like cooking, cleaning, childcare, household management, all these items. There's two key differences between home production time and the other two use. First, home production, you're producing for your own use, for your family. and it's not included in the GDP, okay? So it's not market. You enjoy the output of the home production, not the time you spend. You want to see your baby clean, but you don't enjoy changing nappy. You wanted to see your child happy, but you don't enjoy playing Thomas Train for 5 hours with your boy. Okay, that's my experience. That's why I'm giving it as an example. So you enjoy the output, not the time. But what does that mean? It goes to the quotes for a very interesting book by Margaret Reed in 1934. She's a professor at University of Chicago. She used to teach home economics. And in her book, she highlights home production is those unpaid activity which are carried on by and for the member, which activity might be replaced by market goods or paid service if the circumstance allow you. Meaning that you can outsource it, which is the important reason why I can stand here, because I have outsourced my childcare, and therefore I can focus on my market work. This is very important, especially for women, because if the sector you outsource to hire a lot of women, then your decision whether I should be looking after my child, in this case, there's 0 job. Or I outsource childcare and I focus on my professional job, there will be 2 jobs, 2 women are hired. Okay, so it's 0 versus 2. That's why this is one of the very important dimensions for policy. Okay? So when we think about marketization, I'm not the first to talk about it. It has been a lot of study on this, and there's plenty of evidence. There's evidence from developed country based on time use survey. There are also for developing country. It's in the time use study when we look at value added, or even if we look at occupation. Okay, because of time, I will leave the slide very quickly. You are very welcome to get the slide from the conference. So let's think about the framework now. Okay, so remember my framework. We have structural transformation, where you have the reallocation across agriculture, manufacturing, and services. And it will have marketization, where people started outsourcing their home production. I want to see how these two interact to produce the U-shaped female employment. Okay? So what is the framework I have in mind? It's very simple. Think about as an individual, we want to have good food, we want to have good clothes, good manufacturing products, and we also want to have services. Okay? So we want all these 3 types of goods and services. They have very low elasticity of substitution, meaning that I cannot substitute healthcare service with an iPhone, using an iPhone. Okay, so they have very low substitution. I want all of them. Okay, then what does that mean? If I want all of them, that means if something we are getting more productive, say we're getting more productive in the manufacturing sector, faster productivity growth than services, then how can I get both more manufacturing and more services? Society will have to reallocate resources into services in order for me to satisfy that complementarity in utility. So in that case, we will have this reallocation purely because you have this low substitutability across these different goods. That is the famous Bomo relative price effect. Second, there is also the Engels curve, which say that as you get richer, you will shift from consuming agriculture into manufacturing and services. You move away from inferior good into luxurious good. And in the model, it will be easily modeled by inserting a minimum consumption requirement. Okay, so say you need food to survive. But once you reach that survival level, you can shift into other goods and services. So that is the setup from a preference point of view. And then you have 3 market sectors. You have agriculture, manufacturing, and services, where from many data observation, we know that services is the one with lower productivity growth. Okay? The other important observation from a gender dimension is that whatever country you look at, the intensity of female usage is often higher for services, which is what the moderator highlight. Services play a very important role for women. Okay? Second, within services, you have two different ways to produce it. You can cook your own food, or you can go to a restaurant. You can take care of your own child or hire a nanny. These are the same category of goods. They're not perfect substitute, but if it's cheap enough to eat out, you're more likely to choose to eat out. So they are good substitute. Technically, basically, the elasticity of substitution will be bigger than 1. So with that, I will skip the equation. You basically can see where the U shape came from this picture. So imagine this world, you have agriculture product, manufacturing product, and service product. Over time, because agriculture productivity growth is faster than services, the Balmer relative price effect will kick in, saying that you need to reallocate resources away from agriculture. That is the gray arrow that gives you the structural transformation force. Also, the angle effect kick in because agriculture is an inferior good. So as you get richer, you will spend more on the other two goods. Again, it will tell you to move away from agriculture into manufacturing and services. Now, what is important here is there's two ways of producing services. You can produce service at home, or you can produce service in the market. So as you try to spend more time to do services, some of this time will go into home production. Okay? So there are two forces that tells you why the employment rate will fall in the beginning, in the first stage. First is because leisure is rising due to the income effect. Okay? The elasticity of the agricultural good is very low. Second is the structural transformation tells you that you should do a bit more home production. So what we see is that there should be a decline in the market hour because some of these hours is allocated to leisure and some of these hours is allocated to home production. From the conversation with the audience yesterday, we see that this is we see in the data, even for Morocco, for the increase in home production and the leisure, okay, from the income effect that Esther Dufour also talked about. So that is the first stage. And this stage is very strong, and it is mainly because you have a very big agriculture sector. Now, over time, what happened? Over time, in the case of United States, by about 1950, the agriculture sector is very small, reaching less than 10%. Then what do we see? We only have the blue circle left, the blue on that side, the blue and the red. And within the red, now we see marketization will start to dominate because there's a lot of women now doing the home production. And because it's more efficient to do it in the market, because market benefit from economy of scale and specialization, now women will start to outsource their home production. And this is the time we see the U-shaped turnaround. So the availability of the market sector for women to outsource home production is a very important source for the increase in female employment rate. So that will give us the U-shape. So what I do later on is basically to quantify this model. To quantify this model, I have to consider the other forces that are not in the model. So the forces I focus in this paper is structural transformation and marketization. But it's a huge literature. People have talked about a lot gender-specific demand shift, such as technology change or gender norm policy change. So in the model, I can characterize it by a parameter in the production function. So when I do the simulation, I can include that as, oops, it stopped turning. It froze. bright. I will need some help. It's not moving now. Yeah, it froze. So in the quantitative work, if someone can help me with the computer, it's frozen. Yeah. So in the quantitative work, basically, I will think about all three, okay? And then I'm going to show you the structural transformation and marketization play an important role. Even though other factors matter, but the first force is going to play an important role, especially in the beginning, okay? Especially for the decline of the female employment rate. So, I don't know if I restart. This didn't happen before. It's working now. Okay, good. Hey, thank you. Yeah, so when I do that, when I have all these forces together, you see the model predict a very beautiful picture. It can simultaneously predict the structural transformation of the sector that I showed you earlier on. The dot are the data, the straight line, are the model. And it can also predict this very different performance of market hour by gender. For men, it's always declining. For women, it has this U shape. And when you try to quantify it, what you see is structural transformation and marketization, which is in row 3 here, has a very important role, especially for the decline in the market hour for both gender. So what can we learn from this paper or from the historical experience for the United States? Many developing countries, as we've heard yesterday, are going through similar pattern. They have structural transformation, especially we see the falling agriculture and rising services. Okay, there's some different pattern about manufacturing where we heard the talk yesterday, but for agriculture and services, it's very similar to the United States. There's decline in the unpaid family work. We see many family farms across the world have been turning into commercial and bigger farm, okay? And we see the decline in female employment rate across many countries for the two largest, such as China and India, and some African countries, and also in Morocco. So we see a decline in female employment rate. But what makes this very important is that this decline in female employment rate is happening at the time when fertility is falling across the world and women's education is rising. This is also one point that highlighted by the governor yesterday. Female education is rising, yet female employment rate is falling. If you think about it, it really doesn't make any sense. They go to school, they get education, but they couldn't put it to use. It's a very serious problem. So converting home to market hour, as we've shown in the model, is a very important part for turning around the U. How can we convert that? Well, what we have learned in this literature is it depends on whether those market sectors are available. Do you have the option to choose to marketize it? The improvement in home technology, as I will show using some historical time use data, back then it took many hours to wash clothes, but with the availability with water supply, electricity, it makes it easier. Regulation, okay, the World Bank have put together all these regulation index. It shows how that vary across development stage. Gender norm for women to work, especially to leave the home. And what we have to remember is this talk is not just about employment. I'm not trying to maximize female employment. That's not my objective. It's not just that. It's really from going back to Adam Smith. What is the core message of Adam Smith? Specialization. Think about when a woman is not working, what are they doing at home? There's so many different tasks. Okay, cooking, cleaning, it's about gains from trade. Okay, going back to Adam Smith. And from a policy point of view, from 0 job to 2 jobs you could increase the tax base. When you increase the tax base, it gives you more state capacity for policy. This is why it's very important. It's costly to carry out some of these policy. And as discussed yesterday, if you don't do it properly, it might have unintended consequence. But if we did it at the national level, instead of passing on it to the firm, if it's at the national level, you can induce increase in labor supply, and that will increase your tax base. And I heard that there are some study actually find that has very strong impact on the tax revenue. Okay? So let's now look at some of these world study. Okay? So this is the ILO survey for 142 countries. So when they ask, do you think women should work? And 70% of women, they actually prefer to work. And 66% of men agree. But then when they ask, what are the challenge then? Why are not working? Majority would say, because of the work-family balance. Okay? And here's the main reason why men and women say they are not in the labor force. Okay? Again, this is for 84 labor force survey. The blue color is essentially home production. As you can see, for women, the main reason they are not in the labor force is because of home production. For men, it's the orange one, which is personal reason, such as health or, other education, etc. So that is just some sort of sense of why they are not in the labor force. But we need to have some quantitative number. So now let's turn to the time use survey. So ILO has a report that put together time use survey for 75 countries. What we see across the world is that women, on average, spend 32 hours on home production. That, by today's standard, is a full-time job. And 13 hours for men. The total working hour, meaning if you add home production and market hour, is actually quite similar for men and women. Just that it's a very different distribution. Women spend 65% of their working hours on home production, whereas men only spend 29%. Now, this is an average number. It varies very much across country and across region and income. So what the time use data help us is, it helps us to understand what is behind that labor force participation. You might have a country like Tanzania and Uganda, where the labor force participation is 80%. But that is an illusion, because they actually only spend 30% of their time on market work. So they are doing a lot of odd jobs with very short time per week. So this is a picture when you look at the female labor force participation versus the distribution of work hour. Those countries on the left that has very high labor force participation, they actually do not spend that many hours. This is why time use survey is very important. So let me spend the last 5 minutes on the MENA region and for Morocco. So I have, to come here, I wanted to learn about the MENA region, so I did some reading. And so what we have seen in the data is there's rising female education and falling fertility, also in the MENA region. But it has very low labor force participation, less than 30%, and very high unemployment. There are two reports from the World Bank and the IMF last year. They point out that legal and policy barrier might have weakened the link between women's education and employment outcome. Now let's look at some time use data. It's very limited. I managed to find 8 countries, from that report. So in that report, I find 8 MENA countries, and Morocco is among it. What you see in this picture is, across these 8 countries, there's a very strong negative correlation between females' market hour and between female home hour and the female labor force participation, meaning the very low participation country has very high home hour. And if you look at the last column, which is the share of home hour as a fraction of total working time, the MENA region has a much higher percentage compared to the world average. Only Qatar is actually at the world average. All the other countries is above 80%. So 80% of the working time of women in this region is spent on home production. So this is a picture that is look inside the home production for Morocco. And all I want to draw out here is they spend a lot of time on the home production comparable to the 1920s in the United States. And this is some survey I find in the World Bank report that shows why aren't women working for Morocco? And the biggest reason, more than 50%, is saying is taking care of children at home, okay? So this is one important thing. So now let's turn to the structural transformation in Morocco, okay? The left-hand side, you see Morocco. The right-hand side, you see United States. When you look at this picture, you see that, oh, it looks similar. But what I want to warn you that it looks similar is the Morocco data from 2000 to 2010 is almost identical to the United States data from 1900 to 1930 in terms of the distribution of market sector and also in terms of the dynamic of female employment rate. They are both decreasing, okay? It's at a different level for many other reasons, but the dynamic is they're both decreasing. So something that we can see as a hope for this picture is perhaps the Morocco labor market will continue like what the United States did later on if the right thing is being done, okay? If we do the right things, then you can turn that yellow dot around and the female employment rate can rise. Okay, so there's some observation based on the World Bank report. There is this very slow decline in agriculture, and a lot of women seems to stuck in agriculture. And I think one important thing is agriculture gives flexibility to women to do both home production and market work together. And this decline is telling us it's very important to think about what we should be doing about these large amounts of home production. I have two slides. One is going back to the Nobel Prize winner, Kuznets, on his book. What he highlights is, in order for economy to benefit from structural transformation, we need to remove this resistance from the transformation. We need to make it easy for people to make that transition. And this sort of what he called old and accustomed groove, this will generate misallocation of talent. There's a huge literature about misallocation between agriculture and non-agriculture. What I want to highlight is there is a huge misallocation for home and market, especially for women, okay? Because there's, a lot of rising education, but women are still doing mainly home production. So there's a big potential gain to research into policy that can remove this barrier so that women can have a more efficient allocation across home and market. This is my final slide. When we think about economic growth, the fundamental source of economic growth is technology progress. Technology progress requires brain input. We need innovation. So far, it's human brain. Where are these humans come from? They are being born. So if fertility is falling throughout the world, United Nations predict by 2100, world population will start to shrink. Where are these brains going to come from? The private incentive for having children do not internalize this brain effect. People thinking about the cost of having children and the benefit to themselves, not to the world or to the country. So some policy has to intervene. That is to help the future of economic growth. Now, of course, one could say, well, artificial intelligence can do it. But recently, we see there's a lot of debate about the role of artificial intelligence. Should we delegate all these things to artificial intelligence? Before we come to that conclusion, I think policy helping the work-family balance It's going to have far-reaching effect. Marketization of home production rely on the development of the service economy. And that goes back to the technology, infrastructure, regulation, and social norm. I know social norm is a big topic in this region, but from the historical experience of the United States, we know that that social norm can change. It can respond to the market. And we see successful examples, say in Scandinavia, when the government take a very active policy in the childcare. We see the female labor force participation in Scandinavia is one of the highest. The home production hour of men and women in Scandinavia is close to 1. Women are in policy making, paternity policy work. Men is happily looking after the children as well. So these things can evolve, but that takes a few decades. So we have to start somewhere. And I hope this is the time to start. Thank you very much.
Merci, professeur, pour cet éclairage sur la question de l'emploi rémunéré et non rémunéré des femmes. Et c'est de focus, en fait, dans ce travail non rémunéré, comme vous l'avez bien suivi, c'est toute la question de ce qu'on appelle le travail familial, qui est tant dans le domaine, comme vous l'avez bien signalé, l'agriculture, la boulangerie et autres domaines, que celui non rémunéré au sein du foyer, du travail domestique, qui est une énorme part du travail qu'assurent les femmes pour permettre le bien-être et la santé de la population, en fait, et qui n'est absolument pas, comme je disais tout à l'heure, ni valorisé ni capturé par on va dire, les politiques publiques. Et ça, c'est toute la partie, toute la réflexion et l'analyse, professeur, que vous avez faite trouve un grand écho dans ce que aussi les analyses que le Maroc a menées grâce aux travaux. Je ne sais pas si les collègues ici du Haut Commissariat au Plan sont là, mais l'enquête budgétant en 2009 et 2019, pardon, il y a 10 ans, 2021, je pense, 11. Et bientôt, le Maroc va lancer sa deuxième enquête budgétant en 2024. Et je trouve écho de ce que vous avez dit sur toute cette part disproportionnée des travaux domestiques et de soins que les femmes assurent au niveau du ménage et qui entravent leur sortie à l'espace public et sur le marché du travail. Mais cela, vous avez bien souligné la complexité de la situation et qui est que le paradoxe du niveau d'éducation qui augmente, du chômage qui augmente, alors que le niveau d'éducation augmente. Je pense que, pour moi, il y a une grande réflexion, approfondissement à faire au niveau de tout ce qui est les normes sociales, parce que c'est sur les enquêtes aussi que nous avons aussi soutenues, que dans plusieurs pays ont été menées, notamment au Maroc, sur les rapports sociaux de genre. On voit une grande, comment dirais-je, un grand paradoxe chez les hommes et les femmes, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a une espèce de va-et-vient entre une volonté de vouloir partager et une résistance par rapport à des schémas de culture patriarcaux qui font qu'on considère que le rôle et la place de la femme aujourd'hui dans le schéma social, il est d'abord à la maison et que c'est elle qui sait le mieux s'occuper des enfants. Et vous avez bien démontré dans le cadre de votre exposé que cela est assez faux. Et j'ai beaucoup aimé le parallèle avec l'expérience, ce qui s'est passé aux États-Unis et la région ici. Merci beaucoup pour cet exposé. Moi, j'aimerais poser une question. Je profite de ma position d'animatrice et de dire, alors, si on veut creuser davantage les États-Unis d'Amérique, on a vu le parallèle, qu'est-ce qui a fait qu'ils ont inversé la courbe de façon plus profonde? Est-ce que c'était les impôts, les politiques fiscales? Qu'est-ce qui a fait que on a inversé cette courbe. Et puis, comment aussi travailler sur les normes sociales et l'investissement du marché du travail par les femmes.
Thank you. So, yeah, so this is really purely based on the experience of United States, which, you know, can be very different. As we see in the picture, even there's a big level difference. So can I go to that slide if it's possible? So I can draw on that slide if it's possible. I don't know. Yeah. So if you put up the slides again. So basically in that picture, which I show very quickly, what we see is in terms of the structure of the economy, Morocco in 2000 is very similar to United States in 1900. It's about 35% in agriculture and another 35 on the, let me go to that picture. It will be easier for everyone to see that. So it's, it's here. Yeah, here. So if you look at the, this picture. You see, you look at the 2000, so 45% agriculture, 35 services, and about 20% in industry. And over time, by 2020, services go up to 46, which is similar to United States here, you can see, by 1930, okay? And if you look at the female employment rate in the United States, it was declining from about 58% to about 50%, okay, or 48%. And in Morocco, we also see a decline there. If you multiply that by the unemployment rate, I would say the decline of Morocco will be very similar to the decline in the United States. But what is the difference is the level. United States start at 58, whereas Morocco start at about 28. So this highlight there's a big difference could be due to the social norm that you point out earlier on, because the structure of the economy is very similar, yet it's at a much lower level. So clearly we have to admit, even by that standard, the comparison of 1900 and 2000 in Morocco, there's a very difference in social norm. But the same thing is actually true in the 19th century United States, that men do not like the idea that their women have to work. Okay, so that sometimes buyers, when the surveyor, how do they want to put down the woman? The woman will say, I have no gainful occupation. It's one way to show that, oh, I'm not working outside the home. So the idea whether your work has to be outside the home is very important. So that's why I'm saying family business is a very important thing. We see it also in India. When you're producing market output in your family farm or family business, it's more acceptable than if you have to travel somewhere else to work among other men or women in a social context. But the changes in the United States, you can think of there are various things. There's changes in education. There's a big high school movement toward that era. So women are getting more educated. There's the changes of the laws. Okay, there's a lot of law being implemented to encourage the gender equality. And people have also argued there's this World War II random event that has forced a bunch of women to go out to work. And that sort of shift the social norm. So people have the idea that once these women are out there working, the sons see the mother working, so they feel okay to marry a woman who's going to work. So now, of course, I don't know what other event could happen to generate a sudden shift in Morocco, but the hope is at least we can do the things that we can do, which is to make sure there's gender equality in the labor market, okay, to allow women have the option by developing these sectors that allow them to outsource. I know World Bank has projects in Africa that they set up childcare center next to the factory. So when a woman goes to work, they can carry the baby with them and put the baby next door, and go see the baby doing the work. So a lot of this can be done at the national level, so we don't have the unintended consequences we heard yesterday. So let me share a bit of personal experience. As a child growing out of poverty, I started doing childcare, cleaning, cooking when I was 8 or 9 years old. And then I worked as a child laborer. But I was very lucky to grow up in Hong Kong, which has a very flexible economy, a lot of government support. In my 21 years of study, I never paid a single penny for my education. I did 21 years of study. And there was so much support coming from the labor market, coming from professor. So I think these are the things we can do. We cannot take people directly out of poverty, but we give them opportunity. And with the right opportunity, here I am. After those years, I was picking plastic bottle in construction site. And now I'm sitting here sharing with you my research. So it takes years. Even the Scandinavian example, it took 4 decades for it to transform. Now Scandinavia is one of the most gender equal society in terms of employment rates, in terms of women's involvement in policy, in terms of how home production is being shared by men and women. It's very impressive, but we need time, and you need to start somewhere.
Merci pour cet éclairage et partage personnel de votre expérience. Effectivement, je pense que bien, et vous l'avez illustré, ce sont certainement les politiques, des politiques volontaristes avec d'énormes moyens et qui s'attaquent à tous les niveaux des vécus des sociétés qui pourraient faire avancer et renverser la courbe de la norme sociale. Je pense que dans tous les travaux que l'on fait, nous constatons effectivement la tendance mondiale sur la répartition du travail non rémunéré. Il est à des niveaux différents, mais il est le même. La charge, elle incombe aux femmes. Et là où les pays ont réussi, et je cite aussi des exemples d'Amérique du Sud, c'est lorsque l'État a mis en place des structures, du transport pour les enfants, de l'appui à domicile pour les personnes qui ont des personnes âgées ou à handicap ou malades, longue maladie, pour l'éducation des enfants. Donc, je pense que la question de l'analyse des budgets également publics et d'aller regarder les espaces budgétaires et de voir comment la fiscalité peut également soutenir ces politiques sociales, en fait, c'est les politiques sociales qui doivent s'arrimer aux politiques économiques de transformation structurelle dont vous avez parlé. Je sais pas, je suis pas économiste, moi je suis donc de mon observation, mes analyses, et donc il ne peut pas construire de progrès et renverser la courbe et atteindre l'égalité si le social ne s'arrime pas à l'économique dans la politique publique avec des décisions courageuses de ponction fiscale.
Can I add something there? So about UK government recently announced in the spring budget, which is to extend the 30-hour free childcare. So currently it's only for age 3 to 4, and the plan is to extend it to every child under age 5, and by 2025. And when the Office of Budget Responsibility, which I'm now part of the external advisory group, when they do the forecast, when they look at all the policy, this is one item that really have an important impact on the budget in terms of the revenue. Because you can see that once you do that, women will be able to work longer hours and even to participate at work. That really changed the tax base. So you see, policymaker has to think beyond. It's not just how much you spend, it's what you're spending initiate change. It will be change in the labor supply decision. It will be change in fertility. You see, many countries like Korea now is having negative population growth. They struggle. They're begging women to have children. And why? Well, because Korea is one of the most unequal in terms of the home production distribution. So many women, educated women, they don't want to have children because they know that if they have children, they will have to do all the work. So, now the government is begging them. So if you wait too late, then it becomes very difficult to change. Yeah.
Merci.
Excuse me. I have.
Je vais poser.
Hello.
Non, je vais poser. Je vais passer. Merci beaucoup. Désolée d'avoir usé de mon statut de modératrice pour interagir avec le professeur Nguyen. C'était un réel plaisir de vous écouter. Je veux donc passer la parole à la salle. Il y a quelqu'un qui souhaite prendre la parole. Ah, il y en a.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, Professor Rachel. Well, I see that the part you hated more in raising the children is keeping your children clean. The part I hated more is having them having good marks. So I would love to be paid for this too. But when it comes to your presentation, I love the presentation from the bottom to the end. But I still have, however, just little, or not, maybe not little, but a huge observation. Myself, I observed the labor market for many years. And recently, like 6 months earlier, I had to make a presentation or conference about female entrepreneurship. The real challenge, I guess, in the MENA region is to get real, purified, and reliable information about female employment. Because when I was doing my research, the thing is, I have information from the Bank of Africa, which is in total contrast to what we have here in Morocco. And when I look at the statistics or the numbers on the websites of sub-Saharan African country, it's just a huge gap, and there is lack of information. So, in my point of view, maybe I may look like someone frustrated, but yes, because when I want to make an observation, I want to use real information to have a real point of view at this point. So the most important, I guess, recommendation I have for the international organizations, as much as for the local authorities, is to work on numbers. I reached the opinion of Mr. Governor Jouhari yesterday, has pointed this information out, and I'm doing the same here. It's really the time to purify the information, then say what is happening in Morocco, in Africa, in Middle East, or outside the borders. The second recommendation, maybe it's just a point of view, it's personal point of view. You made a comparison between Morocco and United States. This is good, but Morocco is Morocco, and it's a country with specific cultural attributes. So we can modify or copy modern in large shoes, or maybe male shoes in female feet. So this is only the thing I have, but I still loved your presentation, and I love this topic. I'm working on it since like 10 years. Thank you, Mrs. Halimi.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, Professor Rachel Nai, for your presentation. I mean, what you presented sounds like a good story, and I'd really like to believe that story, but perhaps building on a point that she just made, I think it's really interesting to draw comparisons between Morocco and the United States, but the main hypothesis there is that the reallocations that are happening in the economy are happening efficiently. This is not something that we can say for sure for the case of Morocco. Perhaps there are reallocations that are happening in the economy that are not going to happen efficiently. There are going to be big misallocations happening between sectors. For example, if you take this downward sloping agricultural sector, that might be due to mass rural exodus, which is a big problem that has been happening in Morocco since the beginning of the 2000s, precisely, mass deforestation, Also because agriculture is mainly traditional, so you don't have the means that these economies have had. Now, add on top of that, all the misallocations that are happening and the multi-crises, the poly-crises that are happening worldwide. So if you had some issues before with reallocations happening within your economy and with low education levels, now add on top of that the climatic shocks that are getting more and more aggravated, technological shocks, you're not equipped enough, and the fertility shocks. And we are one of the countries that are facing some of the highest fertility shocks in the region. So it's a hopeful message, it's a hopeful image, I'd like to believe it, but everything is pointing out that we're gonna need to do so much more effort to catch up, and more often than not, we're not gonna be able to catch up. And we're not gonna be able to see women reallocate to the labor market in the way that is desirable for the economic growth. Thank you.
Troisième question, and then I will.
Many thanks.
Yeah.
No problem. Okay, thank you very much for this very rich presentation. I really would like to return to the same point, the Moroccan paradox. And what we see from your presentation, and we know it, of course, is that we saw a decline in the female labor market participation. And this decline, we cannot explain it really with a question of fertility, because it's falling. The question of regulation of labor market, we try to improve it. And of course, equipment like creche and transportation we are trying to improve all of that. And we are still observing this decline, and we cannot understand it, and it's a paradox. And in my point of view, there is no causal relationship between development and female participation. I think that the structural transformation increase female participation in the labor market. And we miss our economy that cannot produce until now good opportunity for people to work. And this is why they are discouraged, and we are observing this decline. I think it deserves to be maybe analyzed profoundly to be more understood. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, on the data, I share with your experience. To prepare for this talk, I checked 3 sources for the Moroccan data because some of them are quite different. So I completely agree with you, but it's really up to the country to improve the data. But I completely share with you, okay? Now, on the common theme of the question, how can we really use the US experience to think about Morocco, given it's so different? What gets me interested in economics is that it's a science of human behavior. We're trying to simplify the complex world into economic incentive and trying to draw a lesson. Anything we can say, oh, you only apply to this country, not another. That will turn us to MBA program of case study. Okay, we don't want that. We really want to appreciate the value of economics. Okay, things can be very complicated. So like take the household responsibility system in China. It's a complicated system, but it originated from farmer. Do they know all the math? They don't. There is something about human incentive, how they work. Adam Smith example of the butcher and etc. Do they know all the math? They don't. They don't know all the equation, but they work. So they're part of economics that can be applied across different situations. However, as I highlighted, even when we see the dynamic looks similar, the level of Morocco and US in the 1900 and 2000 is already very different. So that can flat, country-specific social norm, religion, geography, many things. But the lesson we are drawing from is, looks like the dynamics are very similar. And there is a very close relationship between structural transformation and female labor force participation, I believe. My belief is the relationship in the beginning is negative because the decline in some of these family business is putting women back into doing home production and leisure. We see that in the US historical data. Historian has done hard work to show why is this the case. In the case of the United States, they say that because of the advancement of germ theory and nutrition theory. So people started to realize it's important to keep the house clean. It's important to prepare nutritious food. So as now the productivity in agriculture improve, we don't need that much time in growing food. Now we can reallocate some time in doing home production to give better quality of home output. So yesterday when I was talking to Sarah, it was showing that there is increase in home production time. Now this itself is nothing negative. So I'm not saying the decline is a negative thing. It can come out as an efficient outcome, that female labor force decline, because the response is they produce better quality home output. And also they are enjoying some leisure. Now the real question is, when does it turn around? There is misallocation even in US. There's a big literature, like Chiang Kai-shek has an important paper on that misallocation in the United States. In the real world, we cannot find the first best. We cannot find the efficient outcome. In the real world, there's always inefficiency, and it can be very country-specific, which is why when I did the quantitative work, I allow for these other things. Okay, there might be these other barriers. In the case of China, my recent study is showing the hukou system as an important barrier to the woman's transition. So my key point is, in light, this decline has to happen because of the structural transformation. When can we reverse it? You see, if you remember my 3 boxes, in the beginning, the decline of the agriculture will have to bring down female employment into home production. But the question is, once you have these women all in the home production, how can you bring them back up through the marketization process? And that is where I think policy is very, very important. Okay? And this story, I appreciate there are many differences across country. But this story, if you talk to any mother, you know, it is so true. If someone can help me do my home production, I'm more than happy to use my education. You know, if I'm a trained accountant, I'm a trained lawyer, I am a trained, cook, why should I be doing these many other tasks I'm not good at? During COVID, I experienced that. When the market shut down, my son is at home, I have to do teaching, childcare, I have to clean the bathroom, cook, iron, shopping, everything. Then I realized how bad I am in many of these tasks. When the cleaning lady comes back, immediately I see how good she is in doing the ironing compared to me. And that's when I appreciate the specialization brought out by the market. So I share many of your concerns, but it's really up to you and the researcher to find out the Moroccan specific barrier for that marketization to happen, and then use policy to address those specific barriers. But the beauty of economic theory is it applies to all. The exact name might be different. The exact structure might be different. But the economics is the same.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentation, very insightful. I really enjoyed it. I have a quick comment about the structure of the structural transformation. So in the West, we went from agriculture to manufacturing to services. And the manufacturing jobs, initially they were not so good jobs, but then eventually they became better jobs. In the Middle East in general, and not particularly in Morocco, we haven't really had that transition towards industrialization. We moved straight from agriculture largely towards services, but the service jobs are not the office jobs where people wear suit and tie. They are informal jobs with very bad quality, long hours, no protections, and also very low pay. And so the kind of jobs available to women who want to work, the majority of women who want to work, will be in those very low quality service jobs that would not allow them to outsource their childcare or their house cleaning just because of the fact of the low pay. There's no career advancement. Often the job place is not a safe place personally. And so to a large extent, it kind of defeats the purpose, right? The whole idea of replacing one job with two or creating more fiscal space. None of that actually happens. And on top of that, the really, or not even the really well off, but the people who are well off enough are, they feel that I'm better off not even being part of this very undesirable working space. So do you have any thoughts? Obviously, the solution would be to create more good jobs, but that's not happening, and it's not going to happen very soon. So in the process, is there anything that can be done, or should we just wait until the good jobs are there? That's a question that I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. So it's closely connected, but a little bit different. I would like your thoughts about the future of jobs. And in particular, there's a lot of policy discussion, where the jobs are gonna come from, what technology is going to do. But it seems to me that this home production marketization is perhaps the source of jobs and the source that we need to focus on. I just want to have a sense if I'm too exaggerated or too optimistic, or if this is really the real and relevant dimension for developing countries, that we really don't need to reinvent the wheel. We really need to just push this forward and really focus on this aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. My answer to the first one is, yes, you have to go through that. Just like the way I come to where I am today. I did many undesirable jobs. I waited in restaurant, I work in factory, I pick up plastic bottle in construction site. It's the process of development, unfortunately. High quality jobs don't just fall from the sky. We have to start somewhere, okay? Now, yeah, it's reality, it's the process of development. Now, if you think about it, even in the United States, so recently there is this big literature on job polarization, which I have one sentence on my slide. There, when they say, where is the growth of job? And they highlight, is this low-wage occupation? And these are the service occupation. So this created demand for a big set of the labor force. Given the initial condition, maybe these people are not very educated. Maybe these are the jobs they can do. And remember, they voluntarily do that. So that means from their perspective, or from my perspective when I was younger, it's better to have this job than not have no job. Okay? Now, it's right that if these women have children, it's impossible for them to outsource. And that is where the government come in. So if you look at this UK policy, this extension I mentioned, it's specifically for family who had income under 100,000. So that means it's specifically for family who are not rich enough to outsource on their own. And why are they doing that? Because there's still benefit, both from the short-term perspective of the tax base And from the long-term perspective, which is you might change social norm by doing that. When more women enter into the labor force, when people get used to see women around, traveling in public transport, walking around, socializing, doing stuff outside the home, people can adapt their social norm. So many of these policy evaluation that people do based on very short time period of time, I think is underestimated because the impact can be very far-reaching. Okay, how do you incorporate the impact you have on the social norm? On the future of job, yes, I do think that, especially with the advancement of robot and things, many of the routine job could be just done by machine, which is what you show, modern developer, they have very high capital intensive manufacturing, could be why some of these skip, which is what I emphasize. The most common feature is the decline of agriculture and rise in services. Manufacturing itself can be very different. So some of these used to be like, in labor intensive manufacturing job might not be there anymore. So we do have to rely on the source of marketizing home production. BEA of the United States, which published the GDP, now publish the value of household production. According to their estimate, in 1947, United States home production value is about 45% of GDP, huge. And from 1947 to 2019, it dropped to 22%. What happened when COVID came? It jumped up to 25%. It tells you how important that margin is. So if we have to calculate the value of home production in Morocco economy, I believe the number will be as high. And if we can convert this into GDP, just imagine what that brings.
Excuse me.
Professeur Nguyen, je saisis l'occasion de votre dernier propos pour dire que le HCP au Maroc a fait le compte satellite des ménages et il a estimé la valeur marchande de la contribution des hommes et des femmes aux travaux domestiques. Je vous invite à le lire, il est sur le site du Haut Commissariat au Plan. Permettez-moi de conclure sur cette question. Je suis très interpellée par la question. Je pense que le biais, le défi, c'est la valorisation de ces tâches, de ces emplois qui se font au niveau de la cellule familiale. Le défi que l'humanité entière rencontre, c'est que ces travaux domestiques, d'économie de soins non rémunérés, n'ont pas été valorisés parce qu'ils ont été faits par les femmes. Imaginez qu'on inverse. Si tous ces travaux avaient été faits par les hommes, je pense qu'on n'aurait pas considéré les travaux comme étant des travaux. Parce que s'il n'y avait pas eu des femmes pour le faire, comment voulez-vous que vos enfants soient éduqués, propres, comme elle a dit, qu'ils puissent suivre leur scolarité, que ce soit des êtres qui vont construire la prospérité et la richesse des nations? Il aurait fallu recruter quelqu'un pour le faire. Il se trouve que ce quelqu'un, à cause des normes sociales qui ont catégorisé les femmes dans ces rôles d'économie de soins, et on a considéré que c'est les femmes qui savent le mieux le faire, alors que justement les hommes peuvent le faire aussi bien que les femmes. Nous sommes aujourd'hui dans cette situation de grande contradiction qui fait qu'on ne comprend pas. Si on comprend, moi je comprends, il faut travailler sur les normes sociales, il faut valoriser ces métiers-là, les spécialiser, comme dit professeur Nguyen, et construire des politiques sociales arrimées aux politiques économiques. Ça, c'est mon point de vue personnel. En tout cas, merci beaucoup. Et professeur, c'était très, très instructif d'échanger avec vous.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Mr. Hewi. I would like to invite you to stay seated. We're going to move right ahead to our session, our research session. So it's going to continue on the issue of structural transformation, but right now it's going to be more related to migration. This session is going to be moderated by Dr. Mohammed Al-Jawari, a member of the Regional Research Network. Thank you.
c'était passionnant.
Yeah, 1 hour. بخير. Good morning. Welcome in this session that's again going more details in the migration, growth, and structural transformation. And we have 3 case studies from the region, from Bahrain and Tunisia and Oman. So without further ado, we'll start with Ahmed Amara. Ahmed Amara, about the immigration as second citizen in urban labor market.
Hi, everybody. So I am so happy to be today with you to present our paper, Are Migrant Second Class Citizens in Urban Labor Market Evidence from 2 Secondary Cities in Tunisia. I am Mohamed Amara from the University of Tunisia, and this paper is co-written by with Nancy Lozano and Luke Christiansen, both from the World Bank. So I start my presentation with some statistics from the World Bank, from the National Institute of Statistics about the demographic transition in Tunisia. According to the ENS, fertility rate decreased and also the population growth decreased. They passed from less than 2% and the population growth decreased less than 1%. Despite that, we show that urbanization, the rate of urbanization increased from 61% in 1994 to 68% in 2014, and the statistic now show that urbanization rate is about 70%. So urban area continue to attract population from poor area and from rural area. And we can also see that rural youth continue to move to the city to escape urban area and to escape poverty. This migration process has favored urbanization not only for big cities, but also for secondary and small town. So some big city attract population, but also we see that small cities like our secondary city like Jendouba and Kirwan attract also migration from rural area. A large body of empirical study has emerged around 2 hypotheses. The first one, based on the work of Todaro and Yaris, suggests that it is difficult for migrants to integrate the local labor market. And the second hypothesis suggests that migrants can easily integrate it because migration is migration selectivity. And recent work specifically for development countries show that migration to secondary city differ from migration to large cities. For example, some statistics like Lonjo and Christiansen and Toto and Christiansen and Combur show that migration to secondary city can improve welfare and can make or can help people to escape poverty more than migration to big cities. So the question here is how migrants to those secondary cities can be integrated in the labor market and the social life in the new destination. So our paper, the main three questions here that we try to answer them. The first one is how will migrants to Janduba and Kirwan city fare compared to their urban counterpart in the urban labor market in terms of labor market participation and earning? And the second question, how migrant labor market performance may differ, controlling for the potential difference in human capital and demographic future. And the last one is how migrant labor market performance may differ depending on their origin and destination and duration to stay. So before moving to the present our survey, here just a map to show the two administrative units that we use to define our two cities. So Janduba is located in extreme northwest of Tunisia, and Kirwan is the center west of Tunisia. Both governorate are the poorest area of the northwest area and the center-west area. But here we don't use administrative unit, but we use just the city that represent the core or the shift town of those administrative area. And because we don't have a clear definition of the city used by the ENS, we try to use the satellite image to construct our both cities. The first one is for Kirwan city and the second was for Janduba city. In terms of size, as we can see here, Kirwan is more big than Janduba in terms of area and in terms of population. Our second challenge is how to define the core and periphery for each city. So we use the near or connected small area to define which represent the all business of center district for both city to as a core and the rest or the other district at the periphery of for each cities. And after we define the city and the core and periphery, so we use a random sample to choose 800 households from Janduba and 800 households for Kirwan, and 50% are household present migrant and 50% of household present now migrant. So our sample present at all about 1,800 households and about 5,000 individual aged 15 or old. Here's some statistics about our sample. So we present for Janduba and Kirwan the share of short-term migrants which arrive in 2019 or early, and the long-term migration arrived between 2011 and 2018. We also show the statistic or the rate, the share of migrant by origin and by core and periphery. So the results show no difference in terms of origin, but when we look at the distribution of migrant by destination, by core versus periphery, we can see that for Janduba, for example, the big share of migrants located in peripheral area, and which is not the case in Jandouba. Also, the same thing is observed for local population, and we can see that for Jandouba, population is more located in the peripheral area, while for Kirwan, population located more in core area. So we move to compare between migrant and non-migrant, and we take also the origin. So migrant from less urban area versus migrant for more urban area, and we compare those to native population, non-migrant population for both city of Jandouba and Kirwan. And as we can see here, for demographic characteristic, we take, for example, the age, the gender, and the marital status, and the household size, etc. So this table shows that migrants tend to be younger on average and more concentrated in the age of 25 to 45 years. And specifically for Jandouba, migrants tend to be more female than in local population. And the second table shows comparison for migrant and non-migrant by education. And as we can see here, migrants from more urbanized area tend to be at least as well educated as urban residents. And for Jandouba also, migrants are better educated, and migrants from less urbanization location tend to be less educated than Jandouba residents. Our results show no difference in terms of education for Kirwan city. And here we move to compare the characteristic of labor market participation for both migrant and non-migrant for the two cities, Jandouba and Kirwan. As we can see here, migrants are more likely to be employed than local, and migrants from less urban area are more likely to be employed in agriculture sector compared to migrants from more urban area. And the results show also that compared to urban resident, migrants to Jandouba city coming from more urban area in particular are more likely to be permanent wage earner. For Kirwan, the results show that migrants to Kirwan are more likely to hold a temporary wage job than the residence population. Okay. So I quickly move to our estimation results. So to confirm the statistic result shown in the three table, we try to estimate two models. The first model estimate when the dependent variable is the demi variable to be in the labor market, which take 1 and 0 if not, and the monthly earning. And the second model we try to control for human capital. And here for the independent variable we have a demi variable for migration, a demi variable for core and periphery, and demographic characteristic. So here, as we can see here, the estimation of both model for Jandouba and Kirwan, and for the two variable, for two dependent variable, labor market participation and month earning. As we can see, when including the human capital variable, such as experience and education, migrants are as likely to be employed as local, and migrants earn an average substantial earning premium about 31 to 35%, which holds after controlling for possible human capital difference with locals. Overall, the results show that in the local urban labor market, Jandouba and Kirwan, migrants do on average at least as well local. They are at least as likely to be employed, and when employed, they tend to earn almost a third more on average. And then we control for origin and destination. We control if migrants come from less urban or more urban, and if migrant as short or long-term migrant. So the results show that men are 52% more likely to be employed than women, and the better educated and more likely to be employed. With education premium is higher in Janduba than in Kirwan. One minute. So I move just to the conclusion, just the last slide. In conclusion, the urban population is more likely to be in the peripheral area than in core in Janduba, while the opposite holds in Kirwan. Those patterns are even more pronounced for migrants, especially in Kirwan. And the second point, controlling for difference in demographic characteristic and location, migrants are on average at least as likely to be employed in the urban labor market than native population, and earning on average 31 to 35% more when employed. The third conclusion, women participate much less in the labor market than men, and more educated citizens are more likely to be employed and earn more than less educated one. So here, the last point, internal migrant tending to integrate well in the urban labor market when they end up, with especially those coming from more urbanized area tending to do even better than the local, with those from less urbanized or rural area tending to do at least as good. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Mohammed. And we listen to comments from Hilmi Hamdi from Central Bank of Bahrain.
Good morning to everyone. So first of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Muhammad for this insightful and very comprehensive study, which is based on a survey. So I know that for us as economists, data is our biggest headache. So I imagine for a survey with some cities in Tunis or in Tunisia, it's like a big work. So congratulations to you for this work. So I reviewed the article like a research paper, you know, so I have some points. And I will summarize just for two questions only, you know, otherwise I will discuss later on. So my first question, I'm surprised in fact that people from Tunisia, they go to the specific two cities, because I know them very well. So this is very surprising to see that. However, I would be interested in fact to see from where they come exactly, these migrants. So it would be very surprising to see that people from Sousse or from Tunis or from Sfax, they go to Janduba or to Qayrawan looking for a better way of living, which is very surprising in fact. Especially we know very well that the infrastructure, especially for the services in Tunis, Sousa and Sfax are high-end as compared to Janduba. This is my first question. The second one concerned why the migrant, they earn more than local. In which sector exactly? So this is the confirmation that is at lacks. Does it mean that a teacher, for example, is it the public sector or private sector? For sure, I'm definitely sure that will be for the private sector, because I think the public sector for teachers or all other jobs, the wage in Tunisia is equal. So I would prefer seeing this additional information, in fact. And the last one, last question is why you choose the city of Janduba only and not the governorate as a whole? Because we know in Janduba, for example, in Qarwan, then you know the governorate is made up of 6 or 7 small departments. I know, for example, for the case of Tabarqa, it's very well known for the Tabarqa 9 Dirham, I think, for the touristic activities, where it requires migrants from even international migrants. Same the region of Busalam, there are 3 or 4 manufactories, a lot of migrants are living there. So I think I will stop here, and we'll discuss for the other points later on to give you the time to answer this question. And thanks again for your insightful study.
Thank you, Helmi, for those interesting question and command. So for this first question, why, from which area or from which locality migrant come? We do this exercise, but the results are not presented here, and the results show that almost of migrants come from near area to the city. Specifically, for example, for Kirwan, migrants come for rural area in Kirwan. You know, Kirwan, for example, from Sbeha, from the same thing is observed for Randuba, and we also compare those results to the result of the census 2014, and we get the same result. So migrant is a short distance migrant, not a long distance. Specifically for less educated people that move for short distance. For the second question, why migrants earn more? Here we show that migrants have more educated than local. So maybe for this, if they get a job, they have more probability to earn more than local population, and specifically in the service sector, not in agriculture or industrial sector. And for the third question, why we choose to work on city and not on governorate area? So the paper is a part of a project supported by the World Bank on labor market and migration to a secondary city in some African countries. So here, because as you know, governorate of Janduba or of Kirwan present a high level of rural area. So our focus is to the city, the chief town of the governorate, not on the rural area. Thank you. Thank you also.
Thank you. Now we move to the second paper. That's from Sam Al-Abri, Bank Al-Maghrib University, Bank Oman, with some co-authors, Omar Al-Hinai, Sar Al-Raisi, Abdullah Al-Harrasi, and Diana Al-Jabr.
Thank you so much. First of all, on behalf of all Omanis, we'd like to express our deepest condolences on what has happened regarding the earthquake and the severe losses. Our hearts and thoughts are all with people of Morocco. Second, thank you so much for the World Bank and Bank of Maghrib for giving us the chance to learn first, then to share. So in this study, we would be going through the relationship between the demand for foreign labor and economic growth. So we all know the implications of having foreign worker in any economy, the economic or social or political implications. And those implications would really depend on the status of that economy in terms of the unemployment rate, social perspectives, and also the overall status of the economy. This issue is of a very special interest to the Gulf states. This is due to a couple of reasons. The first one is an increasing demand for foreign labor combined with high unemployment rate. And this could be related to preferences of for expat worker, the high salary demanded by locals, giving the living cost, and at the same time, frankly, the economic growth is really dependent on labor, I'd say even foreign labor for the GCC countries, which make this issue even further complicated. Regarding the concerns of the presence of foreign labor in Gulf countries, This is related to some concerns regarding the cohesion of the society, social inequality, and it could touch the problem of competition with locals if I'd assume substitutability in the issue. And then at the same time, we have some gaps in terms of local skills, and then the demand for like high salary, at least to meet the life standards and living cost in the country. So the major consensus goes by observing a high demand for foreign labor, and at the same time people are complaining from high unemployment rate. And this is not only an issue, the Oman is actually the rest of the GCC countries, including as the highest pressure Oman and Bahrain, and I'm happy I'm motivating Dr. Helmi's presentation, who would come as an example of Bahrain. So reforms are there. So we haven't started reaping the benefits of those reforms, but there's like diversification plans, increasing or promoting the private sector, so it would at least have some extra jobs for locals, or reducing the number or huge number of expats by automation or machine. The relationship actually is very specific to the Gulf states, and that's why we are including this in here. So this is a table showing percentage of expats to the total population of the GCC countries, where UAE is leading with 88.5%. And then I'd notice Oman is with 44, and Saudi Arabia is the least with 32.7. That's the data of 2022. But relatively, those are high numbers. Very briefly, I'd show the total number of expats in Oman. I'd disregard 2022 because it's the pandemic and it's not included in the study. It has been increasing actually dramatically up until we got to the oil price shock within 2016. We felt it. And then if we go to the disaggregated level of expats, you'd notice the red line, which is the lion's share of our unskilled foreign labor. So in terms of the contribution, I won't claim we are actually feeding into a big chunk in the literature, because this is a consumed topic, as you all know, for other countries. However, none of the GCC countries ever have actually touched this topic, especially at disaggregated level. So we're interested to know not only the total impact of foreign expat on the economic growth, but even on hydrocarbon growth and non-hydrocarbon growth, and also would consider skilled labor and unskilled labor. And it would contribute, and that's the actual motivation behind the study, is the ongoing increasing concern about the high presence or representation of foreign labor in the economy, while we are all suffering from unemployment rate. And that would gonna feed into multiple other modeling within Central Bank of Oman. So I just explained the main objectives. Is we're gonna start investigating simply the configuration among the variables at aggregated and disaggregated level, and we'd follow up that by the causality. So I won't go through the literature. As I said, there is no work for the GCC countries, although they actually exhibit a distinct features in terms of economic and social perspectives. And that's why it's interesting to study such an area, giving some distinct features of it. So we were so constrained by the data, and thank you for the doctor there who has introduced a problem with the data availability. It's actually a hectic issue. The maximum we could get is annual data from 2003 to 2019. I'm going to describe 18 model out of 36 estimated based on ARDL and ARDL ESC. So I'm gonna skip the specifications because I'd expect everyone knows. We're gonna go through the variables at aggregated and disaggregated level. And I would definitely start with diagnostic tests to see problems with the data that we have, and we cleared that we are good in terms of all diagnostic tests. However, for the unit root test, unfortunately, the data wasn't stationary at same level, so that's why we end up using ARDL. So first part of the results, you'd notice here for easy referring, I do have the independent variables as expats. So total expat, skilled expat, and skilled expat at SR, short run, LR, long run. And then the dependent variables, so these are different models. One time it was the GDP, then the hydrocarbon GDP, then the non-hydrocarbon GDP. In overall, we are really trying to find out which one is causing or leading to the other. Is it like when we are flourishing, we demand more foreign labor, or actually foreign labor brought us a good economic growth? Or we might have the third option, which is a chicken and egg relationship. So you would notice that the expats has proven their role in our economy, where they are co-integrately related to the total GDP in short and long term. And then if you go specifically to unskilled labor, you would notice they are co-integrated with all disaggregated level of the GDP. So they're also correlated with hydrocarbon and also correlated at non-hydrocarbon as well. And you would notice most of the relationships are considered insignificant one, they are actually negative in the short term and positive in the long term. And that could be attributed to the fact that labor would gonna take time. I mean, this is annual data, so it's almost a year. So when we have a new expat labor, it's gonna take time up until they adapt to the host country and we would feel their productivity. However, the cost is there. So that's could be the reason why we're having that negatives in the short term. If I'd move to the opposite side, and now I do have how our growing economy could impact the demand for labor. Unfortunately, the results are not too promising, and then you'd notice that only if our hydrocarbon GDP would improve, we would demand more expats. So kind of, it's not purely chicken and egg relationship. Expats would come, whenever we have a better economy, the expats would be there, but it's not the vice versa. And then those are the summary of what just I have said. The bidirectional co-integration was only found when we consider non-hydrocarbon GDP and unskilled labor. And this is reasonable because majority of non-hydrocarbon sectors, entities are actually relying on unskilled labor. So I'd summarize this. So I'd assume, like, giving the elasticities found, if there's a 10% increase in expats, we would reap about 1.2% increase in the overall GDP. Now, as a surprising fact, and giving the weight of foreign labor and their impact on the economy, you would notice toward in 2 points is, if I'm gonna get 10% increase in unskilled expat, that would gonna lead to about 2% increase in our non-hydrocarbon sector. However, if the non-hydrocarbon sector would flourish by 10%, this would gonna lead to about 28% increase in the demand for unskilled labor. So you'd see the 2 compared to 28 to understand that our flourishing non-hydrocarbon sector would actually, or play the major role in demanding unskilled labor. So this is the causality, granular causality. However, this is quite complicated. So I'd summarize it as much as I could. I'd skip the tables to go to the graphical representation. So first things we found here, in the short run, we have a chicken and egg relationship between non-hydrocarbon GDP and the total expat. Yes, 5 minutes? 3. Okay. And then the interesting part is the skilled labor contributes to the growth of the non-hydrocarbon, but the non-hydrocarbon sector has reacted by demanding more unskilled expats. So it wasn't really as fair for skilled expat. And in the joint term, we have a chicken and egg relationship between hydrocarbon sector and skilled labor. But again, the flourishing non-hydrocarbon sector would actually demand both skilled and unskilled. In the long term, it's really interesting because you would notice no chicken and egg relationship and no reverse one. all the relationships are actually going from expats to GDP. So the benefit of expats and foreign workers on our economy. And in the conclusion, I'd summarize by saying we answer the question to the local concerns in Oman, who are concerns about the high presence of foreign expats, saying they're actually playing a major role, especially for non-hydrocarbon GDP. And foreign labor in Oman are, or have a major role and remarkable linkage, mostly to non-hydrocarbon sector, and that's whether they are skilled or unskilled. We explained the rest of the 2 points, but as I said, that was an answer to a local concern within the Oman. On almost my last slide, this is actually something has been discussed since yesterday. So many of the discussants and panelists came and says about those points, including number 2, like participation of women, has been discussed yesterday and today in the just last session. So we believe on, if we do have a lack in skill for locals, we would need really quality educations, quality training. And that would gonna be even with a financial cost, like financial assistance and incentives to the local to catch up with the skills or missing skills from the market. Participation of women, as I said, and then the market reforms, and Dr. Muhammad from Saudi Arabia yesterday has mentioned some examples that would work perfectly for Oman, like the automation of some sectors, because the issue is we cannot really substitute Omanis for locals, right? It won't work, giving the preferences and social and cultural things. In that case, we might need to run with the machines. And the example of gas pumping providing for Saudi Arabia is something really great to be adapted. And promoting entrepreneurships has been discussed widely as well, and something we call for as an incentives. Maybe we'd need more even legislations and enforcement for that part. At the end, I'd like to thank the University of Sharjah, Cora, for awarding this work best in the category of business administrations and their sponsors as well. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we listen to back from 3 minutes.
Thank you so much for interesting presentation. I enjoy really reading the paper. So here's some summary of the paper. So the paper deals with the issue of causal relationship between foreign labor and economic growth in Oman in the short and long term. To attempt or to answer, in turn to answer 2 questions. Does foreign labor impact economic growth? And does this causal relation, if it exists, depend on the quality of foreign labor, skilled or unskilled, and the source of growth, hydrocarbon GDP or non-hydrocarbon GDP? And the third question, are the causal relationship short or long term? As a methodology and results, this paper uses autoregressive distribution log RDL models to understand the causal relation between foreign labor and GDP growth. And the author used microeconomic data, GDP, etc., observed over 70 years. It's okay, sir. Okay. The main results show that skilled foreign labor granger cause non-hydrocarbon GDP at short and long term, and unskilled foreign labor granger cause hydrocarbon GDP at short and long term. So here a few comments on the motivation and the introduction. I think it's very interesting to add some statistic about the labor market of Oman and labor market in some GCC country. For example, the unemployment rate, the share of sector in GDP, etc. And also in table 1, I do some comparison between the share of expat as percentage of total population and the expat as percentage of total labor market. And as you can see here, we have a big difference. So maybe it's interesting to use the share of expat as percentage of labor market, not as percentage of total population. And for the data, here you have a annual microeconomic data. So why those data are confidential? It's data on GDP and labor market observed yearly, so why those data are confidential? And maybe in figure 2 and 3 of the paper, it's also interesting to use the variable in terms of percentage of workforce, not in terms of number. It's more intuitive. And some descriptive statistic for other control variable are needed to be added in the table also of descriptive statistic. And here, some comment on model specification methodology used, just 2 minutes. So here, the question is, does local labor force have no effect on the GDP? If not, why this variable are not included, is not included in the model? And the number of observations required to estimate an RDE model should be at least 2 to 3 times greater than the number of coefficients to be estimated. So how here with 70 observations you can estimate equation 4, 5, and 6? Those equations present at least 3 variables. So if we suppose each variable has 3 lag, so we have a lot of number of coefficients to be estimated with only 70 observations. And my last slide, the author have performed all the tests required to estimate the model. However, I think it's interesting to add the result of the IEC information criteria used to select the optimal value of the lags of the variable. So without those results, it is not clear what the number of lags is for each variable. And the results presented here in the paper concern only Oman. So why do the author present recommendation for the all GCC countries? And my last comment, some recommendations are based on the unemployment rate and nationalization policy in the GCC country. However, both 2 variables are not used in the model. And thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate your hard work, not only recommendations, by presenting extra data, Dr. Mohammed. I hope I catch all. It was so fast. For the data, you suggested including GCC countries or sectorial. For the GCC, that's going to be really great to have it like a block instead of a country. I totally agree. However, we couldn't find or locate the foreign expats number for all GCC countries. So it was like excluded. It has been done only for Oman. Sectorial is a wonderful idea, and that's what's coming. This is a preliminary study that would be followed by a sectorial. However, up until now, we couldn't validate the sectorial data. So if it could be validated, it would be more value added to do it as sectorial. So that's completely agree with. Percent of employment, yeah, you're right. I definitely get to add as a percentage of employment. However, if you notice, the pattern is the same. So the pattern is the same, although it would be more meaningful also to add it. So that's done. And you got the confidential data on labor. I would say I'm not sure why, but it's confidential. And it's confidential for all GCC countries, and it could be related to political aspects. Number 4, for the representation, sure, we can do it. I agree with you. It would be way better to do it by percentage. Adding the rest of the diagnostics and AIC definitely can be doing, and as you know, the RDL would have actually different, for example, the lags for each model based on the optimization of the model. So we do have that data all. It wasn't added to the paper itself because it will take huge, because there are 36 models. So it would actually exclude that specific part, but we confirm it. And we do have actually 2 models suffer from serial correlations. We don't have time, right? So I'd run and then I'd answer later. For local, why it's not added? It's because the main question and concern was for foreign. We'd like to find out the impact of foreign on economy. However, I really agree that we should accompany another study with local paper. Result Oman, my last result for Oman, but why implication for GCC? And this is a good question because Oman is actually exhibits same, especially in labor market and foreign labor, same characteristic as the other GCC countries. And in that case, we can generalize. However, there are some, some concerns regarding that, but usually we generalize in these aspects that we are similar to. I hope I answered most.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Mohammed. Now we move to the third waiver from Hilmi Hamdi from Central Bank.
Okay, how much time do I have?
About 12.
12 minutes, okay. So, so I will try to skip the empirical analysis maybe, but this paper is really easy, in fact, but it's like a big headache for us as central bank and for the Minister of Finance for the case of Bahrain, because we couldn't find an answer about how to stop or at least to limit the huge outflow of money in terms of remittances. So I can summarize this paper in 3 lines or 3 different ideas. The first one is that the beginning of this century, Bahrain launched a lot of mega projects, building bridges, mega cities, malls, and so on, with the aim is to diversify the economy because, you know, Bahrain is an oil-dependent economy with oil revenue which is about around 80% of total government revenue. So all these projects aimed at diversifying the economy. The problem is all these mega projects, they required the labor force. From where? So Bahrain brought 100,000 of skilled and unskilled workers from Asia and all around the world to do this project. The problem is, the third idea is that projects are here, we brought people to work to these projects, but the problem is all these laborers, the day after they receive their pay, they send back the entire amount of their money abroad. So for the banking sector, the pay date, which is the 25th of every month, there's a huge amount of money. The day after, there's nothing. So the paper aims at detecting the consequences, the macroeconomic consequences of remittances outflow on the financial sector development. So this is the outline of the paper, and I go a bit fast. So the fundamental is that, as you know, literature on development economics show the important role of international migration in economic growth. So the studies do not find evidence of large negative effect. That means migrants contribute positively to economic growth. So nowadays, there is a large consensus among economists that for destination countries, immigration is the catalyst for economic growth at an aggregate level and produces net economic benefit. So migrants provide source of dynamism globally and are overrepresented in innovation and patents, art and science awards. See, for example, yesterday, we have a Nobel Prize winner, which is French, living in the US. Startups and successful companies. So according to the OECD, migrants contribute significantly to large work, the market flexibility, notably in Europe, and migration boosts the working age population, contribute to human capital development of receiving countries, and it also contribute to technological progress. So this is the good thing of migration. So although migration has multiple advantages in host countries, it can also present some microeconomic challenges for them. Remittances outflow is an issue that the government has been trying to solve. According to the World Bank, migrants are sending earning back to their countries and developed countries at a level of $626 billion in 2022, a figure that is 8 times its value of 2000. In advanced economies, applying fees, commission, and taxes were among the answer of the government. However, they failed to stop the large outflow of money despite generating additional revenue to the government. However, for countries that are the tax-free countries, notably those of the GCC and particularly Bahrain, no commission, no fees, no taxes are imposed to this large outflow of money, so meaning that the government did not take a benefit as the phrase before. So the question that the government have been trying to answer are the following. What are the real impact of remittances on the economy? Second, are remittances threat the outflow, threat the banking sector stability? Because today we have a huge amount of money, the day after there's nothing, a part of it, let's say. And third question, should the government stop receiving international foreign workers to limit this outflows like a leak of money? Let's go and have a look, first of all, to the labor market structure in Bahrain. This is what I was saying. Bahrain, the first sentence is launched several structural reforms to accelerate economic growth, diversification of the revenue, and so on. Consequently, we have seen, following this modernization of the infrastructure and so on, that the FDI increased in 2022 to reach $1 billion. It was 364 million in 2000. The government expenditure by 250% during the period of time because the number of mega projects like building new cities, malls, roads, and so on, bridges. So Bahrain relied on imports of the labor market, of the foreign laborers to achieve development goals and reduce the overheating process. So now, this is the first idea. Second idea is that Bahrain population hosts 750,000 international migrant workers that represent 55% of the total population, meaning that for the population in Bahrain, more than half of it are foreigners, let's say. So these half of the population, they represent in the labor market 78%. You see how huge it is. As you can see in chart number 1, so you have the blue line is the total workforce in Bahrain, the Bahraini is the red line, and the non-Bahraini is the green one. So the total employment is Bahrain, 78% is foreign labor workers. Now the breakdown, you can see for the public sector, like about 60,000 only, all in all, where 14% only are foreigners. However, figure number 2, chart 2, you can see here that for the private sector, 81% of the total workers are foreign labor skills. So you can clearly see here that Bahrain economic growth would be hindered without international migrant workers. So this is the issue. Given the high number of international migrant workers in Bahrain, personal remittances paid for Bahrain increased from, have a look at the chart number 4, 124 million in 1990 to reach 1 billion in 2022. A huge amount of money. And the chart number 5 is the geographical distribution of workers' remittance, and you can clearly see that most of workers, they come from Asia, which represent 80%, then you have the GCC 8% and so on. So the aim of the study is to understand what are the impacts of this large outflow of money on the banking sector development. So the study here, I will skip, these are the variable, economic growth, proxied by and so on. Foreign workers is the total number of non-local workers participating in the economic activities. Then you have the financial sector development proxied by the credit to the private sector. We have the FDI inflow and the remittances outflow. And I used the so-called the vector error correction model, which is the multi-framework. Here we have the framework and so on. I added, this is an updated version, by the way, a dummy variable which represent the financial crisis. Before that date, 0, and after that is 1, and the data from 1990 to 2022. The result, of course, you know, the basic is to go through the unit root test. How to go back? Yeah, I started with, you know, the basic unit root test, the correlation matrix, and so on. I will skip this one. And now for the long run and the short run. So starting with the long run, you can see clearly here that foreign workers has the most important coefficient, 0.9, which reveals its weight in the Bahrain economy. Then you can see here, the one highlighted in red, that remittances impact negatively the financial sector development in the long run. I will skip for the GDP. You can clearly see that's positively related to remittances as well as the FDI. Turning now to the long run, the results are practically identical with the exception of the FDI. The dummy variable shows negative impact on the dependent variable, showing that the financial crisis hurts the financial sector development in Bahrain as well as in all other countries. Now, for the granular causality, I did a table made up of 3 steps. The first one is the short run. The second one is the ECT, the error correction term. And the third one is the joint using the wall test. So a lot of conclusion could be drawn from this table, but I will limit them in 2 only, which is the first one is the presence of the bidirectional relationship between foreign workers and economic growth, meaning that economic growth in Bahrain is based on foreign workers, and we're not surprising because you have seen the theoretical part that 81% of total workers in Bahrain are foreigners. The second conclusion is the existence of unidirectional relationship between foreign workers and remittances. The more there are foreign workers, the more there are money outflow. So we have to find a solution now. So to conclude, we have many conclusions. The first one is that foreign workers play an important role in the financial development in Bahrain as a financial hub. This result also reflects the reality as almost 35% of the workforce in the financial sector in Bahrain are foreign workers. So meaning that with their expertise, the financial sector could be disrupted. The result also revealed that the remittances outflow have negative impact on financial sector development in the long run. The second conclusion is the negative impact of remittances outflow on the financial sector development because it's a lack of opportunity for banks. They have a lot of money, tomorrow have nothing. So I could have used this amount of money to allocate credits and so on. Unfortunately, no, because of this leak. The third one is, I just mentioned before, the bidirectional relationship between this one and the other one. So here, the most important part is what to do. So we can, this conclusion, this paper could provide some policy recommendation for or suggestion for the government. First of all, given the size of the Kingdom of Bahrain's population, the government cannot drastically cut the number of workers, no way, because they are representing 81% of the private sector. So the government cannot intervene in that case, unfortunately. However, policymakers should find another way to limit the huge outflow of remittances, such as the implementation of nationalization plan for the labor market. The second is that given that Bahrain is an open-ended economy with free capital movement or free capital control, unfortunately, we cannot apply taxes or commission. We cannot limit, we cannot do anything. So we believe that imposed taxation cannot work. Nevertheless, a cap could be imposed similar to the one done in the Saudi Arabia. The third is that another solution to limit the huge outflow of remittances could be done by retail banks. In fact, these financial institutions could play an important role to do this job by providing, for example, attractive saving scheme for labor, for foreigners. In fact, in that case, foreign workers would find the placement of their money to be lucrative, interesting, as compared to sending back their money. And thank you.
Thank you. Try to be.
Sure, I'll be quick. Thank you, Dr. Halmi. I enjoyed this. Actually, I got motivated to do some certain analysis for Oman as well. Maybe we can collaborate. So I got so amazed by the fact that the 1% increase in the expat would lead to almost 1% increase in foreign development. So that one-to-one relationship is so strong. And in that case, if the representation is 65%, so 65% are the locals, because you indicated 35% are the foreign workers representation in the sector. So I think it would be really interesting to run or additional analysis within the same paper covering local people, like exactly what Dr. Muhammad has done with my paper. Because in that case, you would be able, because the representation is highly for locals, so I'd like to know if actually they are contributing to the financial sector or not. At aggregate level, your model has expat and remittances, and those things are complementary. They come together, right? So when we have expats, they would send remittances. So I found that you got a positive impact of presence of the expats and then a negative impact of remittances. So if I'm about to find out the total impact of their presence in the economy, it might be no impact. It could be something that I doubt. So that's something interesting, like I wish you'd add some explanation of it, the aggregate impact of their presence in the economy. Aside from this, in the short term, it's surprising that that you find a positive relationship still between the presence of expat and financial development, although I expect that it would be negative or no effect, because it would take loose labor within a year to adapt to the society and to the cost incurred by the society or the employer to them. So you found it positive. In the causality part, you find bidirectional causality between remittances and expat. So I don't know if you can explain how higher remittances would cause more expat, because it's the other way is fine. The higher expat would be higher remittances, but how higher remittances would cause higher expat. Using as a recommendation other measures of financial development would be really great. I know you use the credits currently. And then I love the last part, the recommendation implications to the policymakers, the CAB and non-tax things. But then your last recommendation, which is the saving regimes, so with banks, commercial banks, in order to maybe incentivize them to invest within the country. But at the same time, actually the majority are unskilled labor with low salaries. So like, I wonder if they would be able to do it, or maybe the solution has to be a little bit developed. And this is in brief. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for this shade. I will go very quick. So 35% is share of foreign labor in the financial sector, but for the overall 78%. This is what I mentioned. The last slide that I mentioned. For the second remark is the existence of unidirectional. So for 35% is done, it's only for the financial sector and not for the overall economy, because the overall was shown to be like 78% foreign workers. As for the relationship between remittances and foreign workers, I said there is a unidirectional relationship, both of them, meaning that the more workers, the more remittances, not the reverse. Actually, unidirectional, running from, is what I said. The more we have foreign workers, there's absolutely no way to stop it. Yes. The last question. Yeah, no, here is the thing is that it is better because when we saw the, data of money outflows up great slope, see what I mean? So it means that we would prefer that at least a small part of it, they keep it there. Okay, we know Bahrain as well as many of the GCC countries have high number of unskilled people, but I think they give them attractive scheme, meaning that, say, and as an example, 5 or 4% interest rate have been better to keep their money or a part of their money in Bahrain rather than sending back the entire money. And this is unfortunately the reality because I found a way, a solution, how to stop this. It's like a leak, but we keep working on it, bearing in mind that commission and fees and taxes will not work because of the macroeconomic country, which is the open-end economy with free.
Thank you, Hilmi. Thank you all. Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you, Sam and Hilmi. And since you have the main author here, all of us will be in the break, so you can ask the question that you have about that. Thank you, and see you for 15 minutes.
We're a little bit back on the schedule, so please no more than 15 minutes for the coffee break and be back in the room. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We are going to follow up with the fifth and last research session for our program. If you may just join your seats. Thank you. So this session is going to be moderated by Dr. Shireen Fahmy, the Chief Economist for the Central Bank of Egypt and a member of the Regional Research Network. Thank you, Shireen.
So I would like to welcome all of you to the session Shocks, Labor Market and Enterprise. I think it's very important to investigate how shocks are reshaping policies and changing the norm of MENA markets. And in this context, we are going to discuss repercussions of COVID-19 on Egypt's labor market, challenges facing young women who wants to join the labor market in Morocco, how innovation can be productive rather than risky in conflict zone. So without further ado, let's start with Daniel from World Bank, and his paper is on Egypt's labor market and the COVID-19 pandemic, a longer-term perspective. And let me tell you one other challenge, that you just have 15 minutes for your presentation.
So,
Thank
15
you.
minutes, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I will stop you. Don't worry.
Perfect. And thank you, everyone, for attending. First of all, I just wanted to express my condolences for the victims and survivors of the earthquake in Morocco. My thoughts and prayers for the people of Morocco. And second of all, I also want to thank the organizers for putting together this incredible conference, a very interesting one. I really enjoyed the discussion so far. So I know that this is a Friday afternoon, so I would hope that the presentation, my presentation today would focus more on pretty pictures instead of equations, but I'll get into it. So this work is joined with Camila Cortez Rodriguez and Maria Eugenia Giannoni, both at the World Bank. Okay, so this paper is divided into two parts. The first part is going to look at a more descriptive look at the labor market in Egypt for the past 10 years or so. And the second part will try to look more into the net employment effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. And I know that there are many colleagues here who would know the descriptive trends of the labor market in Egypt by heart. So let me go straight into it. So the problem of labor market in Egypt is predominated by this problem of rapid population growth and unsustainably low job creation. We all know this picture of even before the COVID-19 pandemic, many labor market indicators in Egypt are or were deteriorating. So both male and female labor force participation rates were declining, especially among women and youth after the 2017 crisis. So we could have drawn a similar picture for our unemployment rate, which would show a decline in unemployment rates in Egypt, but that would be somewhat misleading. So this shrinking unemployment is actually accompanied by growing shares of inactive population, especially among women. So the way we're drawing the picture here, this is 100% of the population of men and women. And we can divide those population into three different subgroups: those who are employed, those who are unemployed, and those who are inactive or outside of the labor force. And what we see here is that although unemployment rate has fallen down, it's actually accompanied by a growing share of the gray area, which is people outside of the labor force. So this is not a really great picture. And the problem is when we look at the numbers, it's really about the numbers. The working age population grew by 14.5 million since 2010, but only 3.5 million jobs were created. And what happened is women were especially affected. There are 400,000 jobs less for women between 2010 and 2021. And what we also see, there's a rapid increase in the number of informal jobs. And this is amidst limited job creation in both formal public and private sectors. We know that there's a public sector moratorium and job losses in agriculture as well, where there's a predominantly high share of women working in agriculture, leading to the severe implications of women's employment. So over 11 years, the formal private sector had only grown by merely 45,000 jobs a year. That's far too few for the 1.3 million people entering the labor force every year. And so the informal private sector is the one who's been responsible in absorbing this rapid population growth. And what we see here is the employment rate of the population by different age groups. And I'm showing the picture here for 2010 and 2021. And what we see here is that for both secondary educated and tertiary educated, at all different age groups, the likelihood of employment is lower in 2021 compared to 2010 at all different age groups and both secondary educated and tertiary educated. Now, I'm going to shift slightly with all those stylized facts labor market trends in Egypt and look at zooming specifically at the COVID-19 impacts on employment. So the predictions around like how COVID would impact employment in Egypt there are two different predictions. One is, so traditionally in typical crisis, when there's an economic crisis, men are usually the ones who are affected more because they're predominantly in manufacturing, and the manufacturing sectors are usually the hardest hit during economic crisis. But specifically for the COVID-19 crisis, the predictions are slightly different, and there's this coined term of she-cession because of the occupational segregation where women are more likely to be concentrated in high contact service sectors like tourism, hospitality, and women are also more likely to bear the responsibility of unpaid care work within the household, such as childcare, elder care, or caring for the ill, and doing also household chores. And so the COVID-19 pandemic could negatively impact women's employment more so than men. But on the flip side of it, there's also the added worker effect, where during a crisis, women as a secondary earner could potentially enter the labor force to help households cope with the loss of household income. So the question that we're asking in this paper is how does COVID-19 affect women and men's employment in Egypt? And what we're doing is we use multiple rounds of labor force surveys from 2010 to 2020, where we have 4 rounds per year. We use seasonal differences, exploiting the exogenous timing of the COVID-19 pandemic using season and year fixed effect, with the idea that there's no one predicted the timing of the COVID-19 pandemic. And essentially what we're doing with this approach is that we're looking at the net employment effects. So this is akin to excess mortality approach of like if people are trying to estimate the mortality effect of COVID-19 pandemic, we're looking at the net employment effect. So we don't really attribute the job loss, whether it's people can attribute it directly to COVID layoffs, for example. So I'm going to skip on the literature because there are quite a number of those. And the economic specification here, what we're doing is a seasonal differences where we essentially use a post-dummy for post-COVID-19 pandemic periods, and then we also include a quarter fixed effects, year fixed effects, and then also a governor fixed effects, and a number of individual level controls. Okay, so I want to take some time to just focus on this table. What we're doing in this table is we define employment states of the population, of the whole working age population. And the working age population can be in these 4 states. They can either be employed, unemployed, they can be in school full-time, or they can be outside of the labor force. So essentially what we want to see is like where the transition happens. Where do people, where's their exit is from and where the increase is coming from. So what we see here, and we divide the sample by gender, so we have panel A showing the results for women, and then panel B showing the results for men. And what we see here is that there's negative employment effects for both women and men, but there's a larger negative employment effect for men, as we see in panel B. But what's interesting is that the transitions where the negative employment effects come from. For women, we also see that there's a negative unemployment effect, which means that women are also, when they're not employed, they're not looking for work. Because for unemployment, you have to be not employed and then you have to be looking for work. but we don't see that for women. What we see is that they're completely exiting the labor force, column 4. Whereas for men, we see that half of them stay in the labor force being unemployed. We also see there's a decrease of being enrolled in full-time school for both men and women. Now, so we also can see this by looking at the changes over economic activities, and where do we see decreases and where do we see increases. And what we see here is that all economic activities were negatively affected, except for agriculture among men, where agriculture could potentially be this temporary solution when jobs are scarce and then they temporarily enter into agricultural employment. Another interesting finding, and it's somewhat puzzling, is that while we see that the pandemic had negative effects on all economic sectors, so the way we define economic sectors here is private sector, formal, informal, public sector, and then farm. All economic sectors were negatively affected, especially in the informal private sector for both men and women. But what we see here, what's interesting is that there's a slightly positive effect on women's public sector, which is still puzzling, and this is something that we're still working on to understand the mechanisms for why we see this case. And if you do have any suggestions, please do let me know. So I would like to conclude just to say that the stagnant job growth in the private sector restrains Egypt's ability to gain the momentum, especially with its demographic dividends, leading to the deteriorating labor market indicators. And the lack of diversity in women's employment, where women in Egypt are mostly concentrated in agriculture and public sector, when both of these sectors are negatively affected, then they cannot take advantage of the economic transition from agriculture. And specifically looking at the COVID effects, we see that both men and women were negatively affected, and displaced men are more likely to be unemployed, while displaced women are discouraged and exited the labor force entirely. Except for women in the public sector, all the other sectors are negatively affected. And the last point is that men and women were also less likely to be enrolled in the full-time school, which also jeopardized their future career trajectory and their human capital accumulation as well. And so that caused concerns for Egypt's transition to upgrade its human capital. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Paper, thank you.
I'd like to thank you, Daniel Alim, for writing the paper, and also with your co-authors, Camila Cortez Rodriguez and Maria Eugenia Noni. I think you've written rigorous, nuanced and policy-oriented paper assessing the impact of COVID on the labor market. I learned a lot, and I hope and expect to see eventual publications very soon. I will address three what I think are the most important contributions to the literature, and then I'll follow each one with suggestions, hoping to make those more solid. And so the first is I appreciate you using the full labor market survey because the high-frequency phone surveys are incomplete. I think, just to follow up, it would be interesting to see whether or not there are differences between using the full labor force surveys and the high-frequency phone surveys to see maybe with the high-frequency phone surveys, some of the vulnerable groups are left out. It would be easy to do if somebody has already done that and you can contrast their results with yours. Or if not, then there's an idea for another paper you can do where you can actually see whether or not the deficiencies of using the phone surveys. The second point is I really I think it was a good idea to use a long time series going back to 2010 to look at the trends in labor markets in Egypt and to see how COVID would affect that. I think what's missing from the analysis is January 25th revolution in 2011, which really had, I think, much more long-lasting effects on the labor market, especially the youth. We saw that COVID had really fleeting impacts on markets, and I think that's another idea for a paper to see whether or not COVID, their effects was really minuscule in terms of the effects of the whole political crisis from Mubarak, Morsi, and then finally with the election of El-Sisi, where that was calmed down. But I think youth unemployment is still very high. And so I think that's important context to give to assessing whether or not levels have returned post-COVID and how those political upheavals during the early part of the century really affected trends. And I think the third point is I think your most important contribution, trying to focus on just vulnerable groups, females versus males. I think difference in difference is the right approach. However, I think you're only halfway there, so you just ran separate regressions of male and females just on the post-dummy variables. You need an interaction term, because what you really want to do with difference in differences is test whether or not that difference between negative 0.02 and 0.03, so a difference of 5 percentage points, is actually different from 0 statistically speaking. So I think you can explore many different differences, interactions, especially youth, those under 30 and those above 30 to see the effects on COVID. And also you can do that if, pretty sure somebody has done it by now, looking at whether or not the revolutions has affected long-term unemployment youth. And then you can look at skilled labor, because for COVID, it's really high-quality jobs and low-quality jobs. People with low-quality jobs more affected by the impact of COVID. And I think that's another trend you can actually look at the variation across governance, or like simply urban, rural. And then maybe you can, if the results and you have enough variation, do difference in differences, where you look at whether or not the difference in differences estimators between female and males are going to be different in urban areas versus rural areas. And to set it up is very easy, triple interaction terms, post, let's say, urban and females, and then for the math to work out, you need pairwise interactions, post female, post urban, and then female urban, and then individually, then the coefficient on the triple interaction terms will be the difference in the difference estimators between the two. So I think you have a lot there, because as we all know, the strength of any empirical results is the quality of the data, and you have great data, and the labor force service, I think you can get a number of publications using that.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Charles. I think those 3 points are very, very relevant, and I would like just to respond quickly on the first point about the differences between high-frequency surveys, phone surveys especially, compared to the labor force surveys. The Egypt team and the World Bank did collect high-frequency phone surveys, and the results were indeed quite different from the labor force surveys, and I think that's an interesting nuance that I think would be worth reconciling as well, because of potentially the sample differences and whatnot. And the second point about the trends in the labor market, I think that's a really interesting point that I think we can do further exploration on. And then I think the third point is clearly a really great suggestion that I think we should integrate in the paper. Next, just to look at the heterogeneity by different vulnerable groups, gender, youth, and then the quality of jobs, and then the urban rural residents as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now to a very interesting paper by Ms. Zainab bin Abdullah from Mohammed Al-Khamis University on the impact of economic growth on young women's participation in the Moroccan labor market.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed professors and researchers, good morning. It is an honor for me and my colleague Taha Nimri to present to you our study entitled The Impact of Economic Growth on the Participations of Young Women in the Moroccan Labor Market. In Morocco, young women aged 15 to 24 face significant challenges due to the persistent gender discrimination despite recent economic growth. While the economy has generated new employment opportunities, young women are limited in their choices of job and largely confined to temporary and precarious positions. Gender inequality is deeply rooted in society, manifesting in the labor market, where women have limited access to education, training, and well-paying jobs. Despite economic growth, restrictive cultural norms persist, impeding gender equality and perpetuating discrimination. Therefore, we will attempt to address the following issue: how can economic growth affect the employment of young women in Morocco? To address this question, I will begin by presenting both theoretical and empirical motivations behind the relationship between economic growth and show how young women enter the labor market. Subsequently, I will proceed to an in-depth descriptive analysis of the participations of young women in the labor market in Morocco. Finally, I will continue this analysis with empirical studies, where I will use the RDL model to confirm and validate the theoretical concepts. Women's participations in the labor market has been addressed through numerous research analyzing research. Over time, scholars such as Pampel and Tanaka, 1986, have highlighted key factors that contribute to the persistent exclusions of women from this market, such as gender discriminations, physical limitations, lower educations, and cultural barriers. In developing economies, Sakharopoulos and Zanatos, 1989, highlight that despite women's strong presence in the agricultural sectors of developing countries, their participation can be constrained by the emergence of new market sectors. Cotis, 1990, added that economic development can stimulate the demand for female labor by creating new job opportunities, which can alleviate financial and social constraints. In contrast, 1995 proposed the U-shaped theory, establishing a correlation between economic development and women's participations in the labor market. The empirical studies reveal various conclusions. In developing countries, economic growth can have varied effects on women's participations, influenced by job creations and support infrastructure. In developed countries, growth often appears to enhance women's employability by diversifying job opportunities. Also, education and fertility are determining factors of women's participation in the labor market. Fertility can limit women's employability, while education enhances their professional standing. Restrictive cultural norms also influence these participations, with traditional roles potentially constraining their professional involvement. Upon closely examining the participations of young women in the market labor in Morocco, several observations emerged. In 2020, the data reveals a pronounced gender disparity. The labor market participation rate of young women aged 15 to 24 was only 22.6% compared to 51.2% for young men. This disparity is also reflected in unemployment rate, where the youth unemployment rate for young women aged 15 to 24 was 13.9% compared to 20.3% for young men in the same age group. The analysis of the relationship between the economic of young women and GDP per capita shows a strong negative correlations. The relationship between two factors is a represented concave curve, indicating that as GDP per capita rises, is a corresponding reduction in unemployment of young women. Also, the analysis of the U-shaped relationship between GDP per capita and the employment rate of young women in a representative sample of countries reveals a deterioration in the situations of young women in the labor market, and Morocco is located in the downward part of this curve. The main objective of this study is to examine the links between economic growth and the employment of young women, analyzing both short-term and long-term relationships. To do so, we use key variables such as GDP per capita and the square, fertility, and enrollment rate in higher educations. Given that the variable we consider exhibit different degree of integrations, making the adoption a methodological approach like the RDL model. This modeling covers the period from 1991 to 2019. Also, our model is expressed as follows, where the variation in young women employment is to be explained by lagged variation in young women employment, GDP per capita and a square fertility, as well as enrollment rate in higher education. So this approach captures short-term dynamic, while the use of labor variables aims to capture long-term dynamics. So I will try to get straight to the point. The model is well specified with an adjustment rate of 90%. The variables are significant and every model is significant. They validate hypothesis tests as well as bounds co-integrations test. The results primarily suggest the existence of various causal links. Bidirectional causality between GDP per capita and a square, as well as between women's higher educations and the employment of young women. Unidirectional causality, the dynamic of GDP per capita are caused by women's higher education, which is in turn caused by fertility. The employment of young women is caused by the dynamic of GDP per capita and its square. Concerning the results of the short-term dynamic, the presented table summarizes short-term effect on the employment for women aged 15 to 24. By employing first-order differences, the variable exhibits intricate dynamic. The term quantic -1 reflects that the residual of a long-term relationship in young women employment fell adjusting in about 1 year and 4 months. Like the employment and GDP per capita positively correlate with current employment. However, GDP per capita square negatively affects, indicating a U-shaped growth employment relationship. Also, education and fertility reduce employment due possibly to the motherhood challenges and graduate unemployment. In the long term, a significant linear relationship with the growth of GDP per capita is observed. However, the quadratic relationship between young women employment and GDP per capita remains negative, indicating a U-shaped growth employment relationship in Morocco. In addition, I should note that fertility has a minor positive impact on women's employment in the long run. In conclusion, in Morocco, a complex relationship exists between economic growth and employment of young women, characterized by a negative and a concave trend. When GDP per capita increases, the employment of young women decreases. The impact of women's higher education has a minor short-term effect on employment due to graduate unemployment and unemployment fraction. The rate fertility has also temporarily affects women's participations in the labor market due to the dedications of some young mothers to household activities and childcare, as well as the patriarchal structure of Moroccan families. Presently, Morocco is undergoing a descending phase of economic transition from agriculture to other sectors. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Zainab, so much. And I would like to invite Mr. Daniel.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. So thank you very much, Zainab, for the really interesting paper and really interesting presentation as well. I really enjoyed reading it. So I would like to start with just quickly summarizing the paper. The question, as Zainab had succinctly mentioned earlier, is the question about the role of economic growth on young women's employment, and the emphasis is on young women. It uses ARDL model, and where she confirmed the U-shape hypothesis, and that Morocco is on the downward phase of that U-shape. There are several negative factors that are associated with young women's employment. One is GDP, education in the short term, and then fertility in the short term. And then there are several positive factors: the lack of employment, so there's persistence of employment, and then fertility in the long term as well. So I would like to start by referring back to the U-shaped hypothesis, and Professor Rachel and I had a very extensive discussion on this earlier. So this is a well-established fact in the literature, which suggests this U-shaped pattern of women's employment by education, by income level as well. And Professor Rachel and I briefly alluded to the critique of this literature, a recent critique, which re-examined this pattern of U-shaped hypothesis. So Isis Gladys and Stefan Claassen suggest that the empirical support for the cross-country U-shaped pattern is feeble, and it depends on the GDP data that's being used. Another point that I think is important, and a nuance that I don't think necessarily challenges the U-shaped hypothesis, but it provides a little bit of nuance of this shape. There's an ongoing analysis by World Bank colleagues, which suggests that the relationship between female labor force participation and development looks more like an L shape once we control for differences in gender norms. So I think I really like what Professor Rachel and I mentioned earlier, that while we have this established fact of the U-shaped pattern, it really depends on how the countries would act in the meantime, and that for the upward trajectory to happen, then the country has to do a lot of the right things. And so it's not an automatic process. There needs to be some important things important policies that need to be enacted. My second point relates to the focus on young women and the age group that's used. So the age 15 to 24 somewhat overlaps with schooling years. And so I think the question here is, so in the matrix there I could show like 4 groups of people and how they mix up school and work. So it's a 2x2 matrix. They can be employed, they can be enrolled, and a mixed combination of those. For people in the age 15 to 18, that somewhat overlaps with high school, whereas 19 to 22 somewhat overlaps with tertiary education. So the question is, how would this play into the analysis? And lower employment at this age range does not necessarily mean a bad thing if women stay in school and then pursue higher education. And if women were to work in this age range, it may be more compatible with lower skilled jobs. So maybe it would be useful to not only look at employment, but also look at the evolution in these 4 states as well. Or the other suggestion may be to shift the focus slightly, focusing on young women between the age of 25 to 34, so that we don't have the issue with education. So another question that I guess is important is looking at both male and female labor force participation rate at this age range. There's both a decline in female labor force participation as well as male, which suggests that maybe the labor market conditions are not great overall. And so the question is whether there's enough jobs to go around, and whether there's the limited demand for labor could lead to women queuing behind men for the scarce jobs. And are there jobs creations in the private sector, in the public sector, or are the high-income jobs concentrated in public sector only? Okay, so I'll stop there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel, for taking the time to read my article. Your observations are extremely valuable, and which will certainly be taken into account to improve our work. To respond to your comments, I know that in Morocco a complex relationship exists between economic growth, employment of young women, characterized by a negative and a concave trend. However, this complex relationship is influenced by many factors, including culture, norm, and access to education. It is difficult to attribute direct causality due to this complex interaction. And thank you.
Okay, so we're closing this session by a very interesting also paper about the paradox of innovation in conflict zones by Mr. Charles Adam from Georgetown University.
So I'm excited to present this penultimate talk because you know what that means, fellow attendees. We're almost to the finish line, just hang tight. But it's also a bittersweet moment because I just want to thank from the bottom of my heart the scientific committee, the secretary of the RRN, and sponsors for kindly inviting me to give a talk on my paper. I've learned so much about the labor markets and structural transformation in the MENA region. I've met so many talented and intelligent policymakers and economists, but most importantly, this is my first exposure to the lovely culture and country of Morocco. And it's left an indelible mark right here, and I'll never forget. Shukran, Jazalan, merci beaucoup, thank you so much. All right, so what is the paradox of innovation in conflict zones? The paradox of innovation. Innovation is hard. Meta and their Reality Labs division is trying to fulfill Mark Zuckerberg's wish that we all join him in the metaverse, but that has failed spectacularly to a tune of $21 billion. Airbnb, Uber, it seems like their business model is to burn as much cash as fast as possible, their investors. And so, is that rational? Yes, of course it's rational because they believe, and a lot of investors who just keep pouring money into their stocks, is that they are just in the beginnings of the product cycle. They're in the introductory region, and they expect maybe very soon that the product is going to move on to the growth stage and the maturity, and finally decline where they'll make billions and billions of dollars, hand over fist. And so the question is, and the risk is that gestation period 5 years, 15 years, 50 years? That is the risk that faces innovators because they have to balance the polar objectives. On one side, you have the desire of technological progress. On the other side, you have the need for financial stability. And so you have to have talented managers to be able to remain balanced. You go too fast, a misstep can lead you to your death. And if you go too slow, you'll never reach maturity and all those losses won't be recouped. And so that is the paradox of innovation. What happens when things fall apart? Imagine you're running a company, governments are killing its citizens, terrorists are killing their fellow citizens, buildings and roads are destroyed, institutions fail, people lose trust in the government. It's incredibly challenging, if not impossible, to maintain that balance between technological progress and financial stability. And so therein lies the paradox of innovation. The very drivers of innovation, the visionary change, the bold moves, the risk-taking can transform in the blink of an eye to root causes of financial losses, bankruptcy, and even closure. So innovating in conflict zones presents an existential risk to the innovator. And so this hypothesis, I think, should be easy to prove, test and prove, if only you had the data. And so that is my main contribution to the literature. And so I use employment growth, and I particularly chose to use the relative change in the number of permanent full-time workers, because I think that the core of what we do as development economists is to make sure that everybody has the means to live the life that they want to live. I think we need more studies that look specifically at high quality employment so that we can actualize inclusive growth and make a reality, Amartya Sen's vision of what he wants for the world. And so these are visualization of my regression coefficients. Solids are significant, hollow are insignificant, and we can see the paradox of innovation clearly in the results. And we see that innovation, product innovation, creating new products is associated with 1.3% increase in the number of full-time employees. And we can see that that has reversed starkly in conflict zones where innovators are actually shedding labor at 2% rate. That is a relative difference of 3.3 percentage points. We see an even starker reversal in lower middle sub-Saharan African countries, and that is a relative difference of 4.5 percentage points. Another innovation that we see the reversal is e-commerce websites. E-commerce websites operators in lower middle sub-Saharan Africa, they experience that paradox of innovation accounts for an 8.6 percentage point difference. What was a force, a factor of job creation becomes a source of job loss. And so that is clearly expressed in terms of the results. What I find to be the most sad, the saddest results is formal training. Formal training is not even innovation. It's the stepping stones to get to innovate. And firms that actually aspire to do more for their workers, to give them more skills so that they can actually get better jobs and higher pay, they're punished for their attempts to increase the skills of their workers. And so we can see that they increased the number of full-time workers by 1.5% under normal conditions, but under conflict conditions, we can see that that's a relative difference of 3 percentage points. And so that is really the saddest sort of results that I found. However, there is one unexpected and surprising and thankfully hopeful results that I find from all of my research. And that is the data reveals a second paradox. So the first paradox is the paradox of innovation. And we see that in the previous 3 slides. If you found my title a little bit ambiguous, it was intentional because the second paradox is revealed. And that is innovation in conflict zones is a paradox in itself. So in one direction, we know innovation, conflict zones is a place where innovation goes to die and take the firm along with it. But if you go to the other direction, the disruption in supply lines and the fragmented consumer markets, those market failures actually spark creativity and new ideas. Necessity is the mother of invention. And so conflict demands process innovation. And so that is the hopeful message coming from the paper, where you can see that this is the strongest result. It's robust in all country groups that not only do process innovators survive, they thrive. And we can see that employment growth of process innovators are all positive and statistically significant in all country groups. What's interesting here is that there is robots taking our job under normal conditions in lower sub-Saharan Africa, where there is job replacement, and so process innovators are shedding jobs at a 2% rate. However, I think it's the learning how to adapt and change the way you process things. It's that learning that helps those process innovators in conflict zones where they can quickly adapt. They're technologically nimble. And so I think this is the strongest results, or at least the most hopeful light that I want to shed light on. And so in addition to the main data set, this is data coming from the innovation follow-up surveys, where it's more granular. I can identify 25 different distinct innovative activities. And of the 5 that I've determined to be process innovation, the process innovation that accounts for the highest changes in growth is new process logistic, which is basically internet-based accounting, purchases, and maintenance systems. And so these are novel results, but it's only novel because of the data set that I've compiled. And so I think that's the main contribution of my paper, where I harmonize and concatenate 151 surveys in 58 countries that were conducted over a 25-year span. So it accounts for a sample of over 73,000 observations. And so they consistently ask polar yes or no questions on process innovation, product innovation, ISO certification, e-commerce website, formal training, and R&D expenditures. The innovation follow-up surveys, they were done in a short time period, 2008 and 2014, 10,000 observations, and 25 innovative activities that I constructed 5 different innovation indices. I don't have the results here, but in the paper, you'll see that there is an acceleration for firms that do 5 process innovation, and so they grow much faster. On the flip side, firms that do 5 as opposed to 2 product innovation, they actually shed labor at a faster rate. So it kind of suggests interdependence of innovation. You have one weak link in the innovation chain, the whole thing falls apart. And so I think this, and you get strong results for MENA in this data set as we saw with the new process logistic, because in this time frame, especially, that's why I knew Egypt, we had a lot of conflict as well. So I'm gonna save time by having you read let's just do the data I use to define conflict. It's standard in the literature. It says number of battle-related fatalities between 2 parties where at least one is government or opposition party. And so basically the literature uses 25 fatalities. So what it takes is to harmonize the first order of subnational division between the World Bank Enterprise surveys and the Uppsala data set. And so here, to get more variation, I include Turkey as part of MENA. So to save time, the key estimation issue is I have to argue that conflict is plausibly exogenous, right? And so I do that in 2 ways. So the first, in terms of the predictability of conflict. So I use a very conservative definition of conflict where I use the 25 battle-related deaths. I mean, if governments are killing 25 people or terrorists are killing 25 people, economic activity is going to stop for a little bit. And so the predictability is there. Randomization is a more significant hurdle, and so I account for selection issues with a wide range of firm characteristics, and so I can argue econometrically at least conflict treatment is randomly assigned. And so taking this quasi-experimental approach, those 2 things are going to be the most important, and if anybody has suggestions on how to really deal with the selection issues, I use about like 25 different independent variables. They are all significantly different, unbalanced between treatment and non-treatment. So I'm getting there, I think, in terms of the random assignment of conflict. And so if you want to look at the paper, the main results are table 5 and table 6. You can see that the coefficient on conflict and process are all significant across all the different groups. And then for the other innovative measures, it's all the flipped, negative for conflict interactions, and then for the measure alone, positive. And so the main takeaway of the paper is that this data set. There's still potential weaknesses. I'm addressing that right now. What I don't touch upon in the paper is the mechanism of why innovation is positively correlated in conflict areas and negatively with employment growth in conflict areas, and the inverse for process innovators. I'm trying to get at that at moderated mediation to see whether or not it's brain drain or it's access to finance that could possibly explain the degrees in which that explains that relationship. So mechanisms is number one, and then the selection issue also an issue that I'm working on right now. Policy-wise, I think it's important to make sure governments understand the dual paradoxes that we see with process innovation. Heterogeneous innovations will have heterogeneous relationships with outcome variables, and that's what governments and firms themselves need to do. And so I think I'm just going to echo and maybe extend Honorable Governor of Bank Al-Maghrib, just free, when he said that there's more need for data collection. But going beyond more need for data collection, we need to disseminate that data to active participation, make data more publicly available so that firms, if they know that their rivals and competitors are doing internet-based accounting, purchasing, and maintenance online, maybe that will, give some criteria and creative destructive forces where they actually want to compete. And so I think making data more publicly available is going to be key. And so I think that is the best way to make firms more technologically nimble, and that will be a best way to have resilient economic growth and structural transformation. Thank you for listening. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much for these fascinating facts, but I think Ms. Zainab has some comments.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed professors and researchers, it is an honor for me to participate in this conference and to have the opportunity to discuss the thought-provoking article titled "The Paradox of Innovation in Conflict Zones." First of all, I want to congratulate Mr. Adonso for his important contribution in addressing a crucial question often overlooked in academic research. The study highlights the potential consequences of successful and failed innovations, such as the creation of new markets or bankruptcy, thus highlighting the high stakes of the innovation process. Also, this study, based on data from the WBS survey, employs a rigorous methodological approach to examine how businesses innovate despite challenges in conflict zones. The visual presentations of the findings through figures and tables constitutes an effective approach to facilitate the understanding and interpretations of the data. Moreover, the study's conclusions, including the differentiations between various types of innovation and their impact on employment growth in diverse conflict regions, are presented in a clear and logical manner, thus providing a robust framework for discussion. I should note that I am a doctoral student. I'm not a specialist in this field, but I will attempt to provide some constructive remarks. The use of cross-sectional data, as noted by Mr. Adonso, might limit the ability to establish strong causal relationships. Longitudinal studies are complementary. Longitudinal studies or complementary research methodologies could further bolster the conclusions. Additionally, the diversity of conflicts and cultural context must be considered as they can influence the outcome. It will be intriguing to see how businesses in conflict zones could apply these findings to their innovation strategy, and how governments could adapt their policies to support innovation despite the specific challenges of conflict environment. We know that certain economies take advantage of conflicts to develop, innovate, etc. And that for others, unfortunately, the conflicts in their area can be fatal. Addressing this point, it should be noted that the solutions are not universal. Companies in conflict zones might encounter unique barriers in terms of resources, security, and market access, necessitating innovative approach to examine and to adapt their specific situations. In sum, the article provides a solid foundations for future research that call to delve into the underlying mechanism and intricately examine to the complexity of this relationship. And thank you for attention.
Thank you so much. And I know that there's a lot of questions there. I myself have several questions for the Egyptian paper, but I just we're way behind the schedule, so I just invite you to approach the presenters during the lunch break and stay tuned for our keynote next lecture. Thank you.
I just want to say, Sanam, as a PhD student, you did an amazing job. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. So we come back 2:25 for the session with Professor Seema Chandran, which is going to be online. So we will stick to the schedule. Thank you. Please be seated. Please be seated. We will start the fourth keynote lecture of our conference. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you again for joining us. So the fourth keynote lecture, we're honored to have Professor Seema Jayachandran. And this lecture is going to be moderated by Mr. Jadi Halim, the Director of Macroprudential Surveillance of Bank Al-Maghrib. I will let him introduce our speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Good afternoon to everyone. I would like first to thank the World Bank team and my colleague at Bank Al-Maghrib for the quality of the organization of this important event. I'm delighted today to moderate this keynote lecture, which cover a high important topic that has been the subject. Is it okay now? Okay. I'm delighted to moderate this keynote lecture, which covers a highly important topic that has been subject of much debate in recent years. As you know, environmental protection is today becoming a major issue for all the countries in the world in a context of climate change and global warming. And their consequences are increasingly present. That said, on the other hand, maintaining economic growth also remains important, particularly for emerging markets and low-income economies or countries, some of which are moreover struggling with poverty. So this question of the trade-off or synergies between economic development and environmental protection require, therefore, special attention, and ways of converging these two objectives deserve to be deeply analyzed. To shed some light on this subject, we have the honor to receiving today Professor Seema Jayachandran. Let me introduce Seema. Seema is a professor of economics and public affairs at Princeton University. Her research focuses on environmental conservation, gender equality, health, and other microeconomic topics in developing countries. She serves on the board of directors of the Abdul Latif Jameel Poverty Action, GPAL, and leads GPAL gender sector. She is also co-director on the National Bureau of Economics Research Program in Development Economies and co-editor of the American Economic Journal Applied Economics. In addition, she serves on CARE's boards of directors. Prior to joining Princeton, she was a faculty member at Northwestern University and Stanford University. She earned a PhD in economics from Harvard University's master's degrees in physics and philosophy from the University of Oxford, where she was a Marshall Scholar, and a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from MIT. So, Professor Seema, the floor is yours, and thank you for your participation in this event.
Thank you very much, Mr. Halim, for the introduction, and hello, everyone. I'm sorry that I can't join you in person, but thank you to the Bank Al-Maghrib and the World Bank for giving me this opportunity to present to you today. Let me share my slides. Okay, as the introduction very clearly stated, I'm going to talk about trying to balance the dual goals of economic development. And I'm a development economist, so I'm going to especially think about low and middle income countries and reducing poverty or otherwise lifting up some of the poorest people in society, but also general economic growth. And then balancing that with the other goal of protecting the environment, both for climate change and more broadly for other aspects of environmental quality. Just turn it on. Okay, so let me get started. And let me just give you the main points I want to leave you with at the end of this time. So one is where we have some quite unambiguous evidence is that environmental quality has benefits for these economic goals. It's beneficial for economic productivity and human well-being per se. However, that's not the same as having an overly optimistic view that there are win-wins everywhere, because there are usually costs to achieve environmental quality. So if we got environmental quality for free, it would certainly be beneficial. And where there enter trade-offs is because there are often costs. So that's on the direction of how the environment helps or hurts the economy. On the flip side, if we go about our policies to promote economic development, will that help or hurt the environment? And here, I think the evidence and even the theory is frustratingly ambiguous in the sense that there are good reasons why economic progress could have positive effects on the environment, and also good reasons and evidence that it can have negative effects on the environment. And so, this fact that sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, it makes logical sense that what is best for the economy, if that's one of our goals, is not going to align perfectly with what is best for the environment, which is our second goal. And so that's, if I can leave you with one point, it's that there are important trade-offs and that we should be enthusiastic about opportunities for green growth. And there are some win-wins, and we should capture them where they exist. But mostly, this is about trade-offs. So it's about choices. Some of those are choices about values and what to prioritize. But it's also about smart policy to try to make that trade-off less acute. So that's the point here, which is sometimes you see projections that eventually environmental quality will improve alongside economic development. And that is not, that's not inevitable. It's not a law of nature. That's a policy choice. It's a choice to make as a government or a society, and it's an implementation challenge to, once you make those policies, implement them in a way that you can achieve both of these goals successfully. And I think one of the biggest challenges or manifestos to achieve what I'm envisioning is to build strong state capacity. State capacity, for example, for regulation so that you can enforce environmental policies or other kinds of policy tools. And at the same time, make sure you have strong economic policies. You've created the economic environment to promote growth, because these trade-offs mean there are some headwinds, and you can't afford to have other things dragging down the economy or preventing environmental protection, given that you're trying to balance these two goals that are sometimes at odds with one another. Okay, so now let me dive in and try to make those points, but let me first start with an example from China, just because I think it's a nice study, and it's a nice example of where you can see, was there a synergy? Was there a win-win when we protected the environment? Or was there a trade-off? Did we hurt economic progress, economic productivity when we had environmental protection? This is not general to the world, but this is a nice example. This is a study that some researchers did in China, where they had measures of water pollution along a river. So this blue line here is a river that flows down along the direction of the slide. And there were certain monitoring stations. This is what this polygon here is a monitoring station. And that's where the official data was collected on the level of pollution. So a local politician or a local bureaucrat they were going to get evaluated by their superiors if there was low pollution as measured here. And so naturally what they did in thinking about how do I meet this goal of my job is they cracked down on pollution upstream of the monitoring station, because companies that were based here, their pollution was going to feed into this reading. And they had limited time to do environmental enforcement, so they mostly ignored the companies, the factories down here, the green ones, because if they polluted, it was going to feed into a monitoring station even further downstream, off the slide, and somebody else was going to be responsible for that. And so that's what they did on the environmental protection side, and what these researchers did and said, okay, let's go get some administrative data and see the firm productivity of the firms, these yellow firms that were subject to strict enforcement of the environmental policies versus these green ones. And in this case, they found that these downriver monitoring stations had 40% higher productivity. So that's a very stark difference. Like I said, it's not necessarily generalizable everywhere, but it is a stark reminder that sometimes when we are enforcing environmental policies, it can have major economic costs. And so we have to think about how do we mitigate that? How do we alter those environmental policies so we achieve the same goal with less harm? How do we compensate firms when we care about this environmental goal a lot? Okay, here's the roadmap of what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to sort of talk about this idea of an environmental Kuznets curve, and then give some evidence and summary of what we know about the direction of how environmental quality, achieving that goal, helps or hurts economic development. And then talk about the flip direction. How does economic development affect environmental quality? And then finish with some thoughts on what does this mean for policy. Okay, is there an environmental Kuznets curve? So what is an environmental Kuznets curve? That's the idea that with economic development, first, environmental degradation will get worse. We'll start out with a clean environment. It'll get worse as we develop, but it will eventually decline with economic development. So there's an inverted U if you look with GDP per capita, for example. And so this idea is often talked about and is often kind of used as if you think about it as a trajectory that any country will go through, it's an optimistic story that eventually we'll have a clean environment if we develop enough. I think it's important to remember that this theory was put forth by Gene Grossman and Alan Kruger as a model of trade, where they were not thinking about the trajectory of a country over time as much as a cross-section at a moment where wealthier countries with higher skill, more ability to willingness to pay for a clean environment will specialize in clean industries, and poorer countries will specialize in dirtier ones. So some countries are so poor that they're not in the global trading system. They're not supplying the US or Europe or the Middle East. Others, so they have a clean environment because they're not in this global trade network. Then middle income countries or slightly richer poor countries will be in these dirty industries, and the richer ones won't. So it's, that's not a global prediction that everyone will eventually be low pollution, because some countries need to specialize in the dirty industries at any moment in time. Moreover, there's just limited support for this trajectory or this pattern, even in the cross-section. So you could look at different measures of environmental pollutions, and it goes any direction depending on what you look at. So I'll give you a few examples. This is a plot of GDP per capita on the horizontal axis, and then one measure of environmental degradation. This is particulate matter, especially important one for human health and productivity. And you could see particulate matter is decreasing with GDP per capita today. I've put the MENA region in countries in red. You could see, countries are, the region is higher. Some of this is geographic and not policy choice, but broadly speaking, a lot of the reason it's decreased is because of the quality of regulation to regulate cleaner cars, cleaner factories, etc. So this is one where we see it decreasing with economic development. Ozone pollution is something where, it's mostly flat, or maybe it's a slightly U-shaped curve. Again, you could see the region has above average ozone for its level of GDP per capita. And here's one where it's clearly increasing. This is one that's the most talked about, arguably the most important one for the fate of humanity, which is CO2 emissions. CO2 emissions today are very strongly increasing with GDP per capita. People have the ability to buy cars and buy refrigerators, be electrified, etc. And again, you could compare different regions that have color coding for the different regions. Okay, there's one example of an inverted U, or one example I'll highlight just because the history of it or the story of it is interesting to think about. In the cases where we do eventually see some measure of environmental degradation declines, what brought it about? This is the case of lead in gasoline in the United States. So lead is very harmful. It hurts child development, hurts human capital, causes behavioral issues, lots of bad things from being exposed to lead. In the US, from the 1930s to the 1970s, it skyrocketed, the level of lead, and with it, the level of lead in people's bloodstreams. And then after 1970, it dramatically decreased. And the story of lead in the US is, I think, a nice story of why environmental degradation can come about with economic development, but then what kind of policy choices and execution can actually bring about the progress. So the rise in lead was first because of technological progress. We had cars and more affordable cars, and realized that adding lead to gasoline made cars function better, reduced the knock in engines. And then as there was productivity gains in the US and families got richer, more people bought cars, they could afford to drive those cars further. There was government capacity to build out the highways across the US, so that made driving and interstate transport and shipping better. So all of those signs of success of the government and people's lives in society led to this problem of lead. Why did lead fall so dramatically in 1970? So part of it was knowledge. People became aware of the health risks. It was also about willingness to an intolerance for those health risks as people became more educated and had expectations of living a longer and healthier life. And then there was directed innovation to find a cleaner solution so that you could drive cars in a pleasant way with unleaded gasoline. But by far the most important reason it fell so dramatically was because of regulation. The 1970 Clean Air Act required the phasing out of lead in gasoline that was done in a way that was achievable by firms, and it was enforced rigorously, and that led to this big improvement. And so, this is, I think, the prototype of how we can kind of achieve these environmental gains, which is through regulation eventually. Okay, so now let me say a little bit about the economic benefits of environmental quality. And here, I think it's unambiguous. There's abundant evidence that when we have better environmental quality, leaving the costs to achieve it aside, it's wonderful. We see that if we don't, if we have air pollution or extreme heat from climate change, or what we can project will happen with climate change, that reduces labor productivity. They also hurt human capital development. Children learn less in school if there's pollution and it's hot. We see today, every day in the news, environmental damage is causing natural disasters. On a lower level, it's reducing agricultural productivity and destroying physical capital. Climate uncertainty, just not knowing what's going to happen, dampens investment. And even aside from these productivity effects, the health benefits are important, just from our own utility, happiness from life. I'll give you a couple examples, and this is about access to water or water shortage. So one study by Sekri in India looked at groundwater scarcity. So she used variation in whether you could access groundwater for agriculture. And she saw that when we have scarcity of groundwater, when we use up that natural resource, it lowers agricultural productivity and it increases poverty in a dramatic way. She also shows some of the knock-on effects that it leads to conflict with neighbors. And so I think this is one of the scary aspects of environmental degradation is it can hurt economic outcomes, but then in turn also add to conflict. There are similar findings for rainfall scarcity, focusing on Africa, where Owen McGurk and Nathan Nunn showed that the scarcity of rainfall creates conflicts between pastoralists and agricultural societies in the Sahel and other parts of Africa. And this is where there was centuries of cooperation where pastoralists could use the water and the land during certain times of the year, and other times of the year during the harvest season and planting, it was used by agricultural societies. That cooperation broke down when there was a scarcity of water, leading to conflict. So taking stock of this, I think the effects of environmental quality on productivity are very important. And the way these studies evaluate them or estimate them is they're using just lucky versus unlucky climatic variation. Did it happen to rain a lot this year, et cetera? Did you happen to have some groundwater accessibility in your area? But that way of measuring it is very valuable for estimating causal effects, but it doesn't quite get what we do face as a society, which is making the choice to do that, where there are costs. And so where I see this evidence of environmental quality is good for the economic well-being, where I see that evidence as important is we shouldn't conclude they're win-wins. We should conclude that how important this second objective of environmental quality is. And so, then the goal is how do we balance them? Okay, so now let me talk about the other direction of causality, the effects of economic progress on environmental quality. And here I wrote a year ago a review article on this relationship where I was hoping to draw some strong conclusions of it increases it or decreases it, or even when they increases it or decreases it. And I think I at least couldn't make much more progress than to say it's a very complex relationship. There are theoretical reasons we might expect these two goals to happen in lockstep, but also reasons it might go in the opposite way. And that's partly because economic progress is multifaceted. When we talk about economic development or economic growth, it's not something monolithic. If we think about growth that comes through expansion of services, that's very different than if we thought about growth that came from mining or manufacturing. And in addition, besides just the, we also have behavioral responses when there are changes in economic progress and how that affects the environment. It's mediated by how people and firms respond. And so that makes the whole predictions more complicated. Okay, so one way to think about it, one way to think, well, what do we mean by economic progress is just to think from a very micro point of view. If a household became wealthier, would their environmental footprint be smaller or larger? I think there are several reasons that they might do more environmental damage. They'll consume more. Gave the example of purchasing a refrigerator or a car, or in many parts of the world, it's people eating a more diverse diet and adding more meat and protein to their diet. That's good per se for their health and probably labor productivity, but that uses land and often could hurt deforestation and hurt climate change or create other environmental degradation, like using up scarce groundwater. So that's on one side, but as people become wealthier, they are willing to sacrifice more, or they can afford to sacrifice money to protect the environment. And this just comes from diminishing marginal utility. If someone very poor has to give up $100 of income to do something good for the environment, that's too much to ask of them. If someone has $1 million, that's not asking very much and a sacrifice they would probably willingly make. Like we see people making choices to have greener products or buy carbon offsets. That's almost predominantly wealthier people who do that. So here's some evidence on both sides of that. This is the relationship between car ownership and GDP per capita. And you could see that it's, not surprisingly steeply increasing across poor to rich countries. And it's figures like this that should make us nervous about what's going to happen to the overall, makes the challenge of addressing climate change especially daunting, because we want the countries on the left of this curve, sub-Saharan, they deserve the same opportunities that in wealthier countries people have had to have a comfortable life. And so if everybody moves up this curve, CO2 emissions will be much higher. Here's a figure that's looking at attitudes about trading off economic growth for the environment. This isn't perfect. It's not putting it in dollar terms, of monetary terms, of how much would you sacrifice to protect the environment. But this is based on a world value survey that asks whether, on a policy point of view, you would support environmental protection, even if it slows economic growth. And honestly, my punchline of this talk is that's we're going to have to make that choice because of the trade-off. And you could see there's a lot of variation around this upward sloping relationship, but there is an upward sloping relationship as you go from the poorer countries on the left to the richer countries on the right. There is more support or more willingness to make this trade-off of extra dollars in your pocket to protect the environment. Okay, so in terms of illustrating, making more concrete this fact that anything goes, that sometimes you can have an improvement in economic progress, help or hurt, I'm going to think about other dimensions of economic progress, not just putting money in the pockets of a household, but you can think of an improvement in productivity, and you could do it for agricultural productivity. I'll give you the example of making production more energy efficient. So that's an increase in productivity. It's enabling, now you can produce a widget with less energy. So one force is that now, from an environmental point of view, I can produce that widget with fewer kilowatt hours of electricity. So that should be good for the environment. But I've also just reduced the cost of producing a widget. So I've made that firm more productive, basically shifted the supply curve to the right, and that firm is going to produce more. And so that net effect, it's not clear theoretically whether energy use will increase or decrease. So that's sometimes called Gibbon's paradox. We see the same thing with agricultural productivity. If we can produce more food on a hectare of land, on the one hand, maybe we'll have less land use conversion because we can feed the world with fewer hectares. On the other hand, we just made this business of agriculture more competitive, more profitable, and when that happens, people are going to do more of it, and so you have these two offsetting effects. It doesn't mean we don't want these technological improvements. We're trying to find ways to produce as much as we can with the least energy per unit or the least land conversion per unit. It just means that what we can think of as unambiguously, our first intuition might be this is great for the environment to have more energy efficient products. On net for a country, it could lead to higher CO2 emissions. Another example I'll give of another aspect of economic development or economic progress is fixing market imperfections. And here again, depending on the context, fixing a market imperfection can help or hurt environmental protection. And it's because markets are going to interact with other market imperfections often. So I'm going to give you the example of what happens to forest protection when you connect markets. So if people have limited access to trade and transportation is prohibitively expensive, is that good or bad for deforestation? So a study in Mexico found that in Mexico, when communities had limited access to road, then they relied on local production for goods they consumed naturally. And that meant that in forested areas, as those communities got richer, they deforested a lot. They deforested locally. And in this context, it meant that you couldn't concentrate raising cattle in places that were less environmentally sensitive. And so in some of the most environmentally important areas, there was deforestation. So this is a context in which, had there been better road access and market access, it would have been good for the environment because you could separate where goods are produced and where they're consumed, and you wouldn't have had to produce land-intensive cattle in environmentally important areas. The flip side, in India, someone looked at something quite similar and found the exact opposite effect, where in that context, road access enabled, you might imagine someone selling timber, they can now get to lucrative markets, and so they say, I'm gonna sell more timber because it's more attractive. In the context of India, it was actually that road access increased the demand for that land for industrial use. So if you were near a major road, as India built out some highways, what had been environmentally protected areas, or areas that hadn't been degraded, now it was converted into industrial land. Last example I'll give is from credit markets. And so here, sticking with the example of deforestation, with some contexts when people have access to credit, there had been a capital market constraint, a credit market imperfection, and that was preventing people from pursuing agriculture. They couldn't buy a tractor and clear more land, and so they stayed as a small landholder. Then when we had progress and gave people access to credit, they could buy a tractor, et cetera, and they expanded their agriculture. That was great for their economic well-being. It's part of economic progress, but it meant to clear that extra land for agriculture, they were deforesting. In contexts I've studied for deforestation in East Africa and Uganda, it's the exact opposite. They're giving access to credit to people, freed them up from deforesting. So in that context, people were using trees as their bank account. They didn't have, or as their loan officer. If they had an emergency expense, like they had a hospital bill they had to pay, or even just a recurring expense like school fees for their child, if they didn't have any way of getting the money, they would go and cut some trees and sell them. And but once you solved that market imperfection and had a credit market, then people could use that alternative, and that was good for the environment. Okay, so let me talk about policy implications. One is there are win-wins, and it's important and valuable to seize them where they exist. These are cases where a change in behavior or consumption that would be individually beneficial, privately optimal, is also good for the environment. And so in these cases, it's useful from a policy point of view to understand if these are things that were useful from an individual's point of view, why weren't they doing them anyway? So my example of going to a bank to get a loan to pay for a hospital bill, why weren't people doing that? Because they didn't have access to those loans. So if we can fix that market imperfection, we can protect the forest. So it's usually something like a credit constraint or misinformation, not real incentivizing something as beneficial, or sometimes misaligned incentives. Maybe one person has to pay for some investment like weatherizing a home or putting in a more energy efficient air conditioning system, and it's somebody else, like a tenant, who gets the benefits of the lower electricity bill. So, an example that's in developing countries is energy efficient fuel stoves. So there are stoves that can cook or heat with using less fuel. That's good for the environment because you're using less charcoal or whatever the fuel source is. It's good for people's health because those efficient stoves are often having less particulate matter. And then it's also just saving people money. They pay off. Those capital costs of that stove is you can recoup it quite quickly by the lower fuel costs. But people might not have the knowledge of the savings that they'll have, so they're not doing that NPV calculation to see the private benefit. But often it's because of, yes, it's a positive NPV investment, but people don't have the credit to do that. So an example that's salient in my life right now is LED lights, because the US just recently has completely phased out incandescent light bulbs. So LED lights save energy compared to incandescent light bulbs. So how do you make that conversion? You could have information campaigns. You can try to educate people that there are something that's a win-win, privately beneficial for them that they should do. You can have subsidies. You could say, okay, well, we're not convincing people, so let's nudge them towards LEDs or tax incandescent lights to shift their consumption patterns. And then eventually the U.S. decided to go for a complete regulation to convert people. Even though you might say there are other attributes of the lights people care about or don't care about, but it's also just hard to educate people about this win-win. Okay, so I've said this a couple times, but I think the success stories of environmental protection have mostly been through regulation. And so the imperative for governments is to build the capacity to regulate effectively. And a stark example is from a study by Esther Duflo and co-authors, whom you heard from earlier in the conference, where she did an experiment among industrial plants in Gujarat, India, where under the status quo, the companies could choose which inspector to hire. So there were private inspectors, you hired one, and they would come and audit you and then report that to the government. What that means is if one, word of mouth, if one auditor is corrupt, you can go and seek those out. But even without any bribes, those auditors, they're making their money by pleasing their customers. And the way to please their customers is to say they're in compliance. And so in the status quo in that study, 56% of plants were actually in compliance with the environmental standards. But among the 44% who weren't, 2/3 of them were falsely reported as compliant. So you can do this by going and actually getting the true pollution levels, comparing that to what was reported. And 2/3 of the time, the auditors gave false information. And so they did a randomized experiment where they, instead of allowing firms to choose their auditor, they assigned them, and then they audited the auditors. They made sure they checked if the auditors were falsely reporting, and they paid them more if they were accurate. And that improvement, so what is that intervention? It's basically there was an environmental law, there was a regulatory structure, it had lots of problems. They tried to fix this regulatory enforcement. It was hugely effective. It reduced that false reporting rate by 80%. And I think this is a big challenge for the MENA region because on regulatory capacity, this is not specific. This is from Roberta Gatti and co-authors' recent report coming out of the World Bank. Regulatory capacity, and the corruption that feeds into regulatory capacity is weak in several countries in the region. Regulatory capacity is important for things beyond the environment, but I think it's just crucial in this area. Okay, so last thing I'll talk about is that, when we think about the very poorest in society, or even the medium poor in a society, we don't have to make the same trade-off between their economic well-being and environmental protection. In other words, maybe I'm on the side that in aggregate there is a trade-off, but policy instruments, we have a lot of degrees of freedom, so we can achieve this environmental protection without impoverishing already poor people. And here it's important that you have to use other policy instruments besides just standard regulation of command and control and banning something. The command and control, like banning something or taxing it, it is basically saying the person who should pay the cost is the person who is polluting. But that doesn't have to be the case. We can separate those two goals. We could say, okay, it's socially efficient to reduce the pollution because it's creating this externality, but let's achieve that goal without impoverishing this polluter. One way to do that is just to have transfers to undo it. So, if you know who's poor, give more anti-poverty policies to offset it. You can also, subsidize the desired activity rather than banning the undesirable one. And I'll give an example from my research in India on this topic. So this is the problem in India of crop burning, where if you grow rice in India and you harvest it with a mechanical harvester, it leaves 12 inches of straw or stubble or residue that's not useful. You have to remove it from the field somehow to be able to use the field again. And the cheapest way to remove it is to just set it on fire. And so that's what farmers do. It's the cheapest, easiest option for them. And it creates a ton of pollution. It creates pollution locally, but that pollution travels a very far way. So it's a major contributor to the pollution in the capital city of New Delhi. It's not the only source of pollution in New Delhi, but in the fall, the high pollution season, it's about 30% of it. And so estimates are that 90,000 deaths per year are attributed to this practice of farmers burning their agricultural stubble in 2 states in India. So it's a clear case where it shouldn't happen. There are some private costs that you would have to pay to switch behavior, but those private costs are tiny compared to the societal benefits. So it's free for the farmer, and so without any policy intervention, they're not going to internalize the externality and they're going to burn. But there is this alternative equipment that you can rent to clear residue without burning. You can take it off the field and it has some economic uses, or you could incorporate it into the soil. That costs 1,000 to 3,000 rupees per acre. So in US dollars, that's 13 to 38 US dollars. That's like 15% of profit. So it's a pretty big cost to a farmer. But if you go back to that 86,000 deaths per year and you think about how many acres are burned and what's the value of a statistical life, just thinking about the deaths caused by this practice and putting them in a per acre term, it's 200 to 600 times that private cost. And that's leaving aside that it's also causing other health problems, it's reducing labor productivity. So it's clear you should want to get rid of this practice. And another benchmark to see that it shouldn't happen is that these mortality costs are over 15 times the revenue, not just the profits, the revenue from rice. So there's no trade-off from a societal point of view. The real only policy challenge is to say, how do we go about getting this behavior changed? And so the government has been doing something, trying to solve this problem for the last 10 years, and they have made it illegal, and it's punishable by fines if you burn. But that hasn't made much of a dent in the problem, and it's because there's been limited enforcement, especially to small and medium farmers. And it's partly because the pollution crosses jurisdiction. If you're in one village and you want to enforce a fine to hurt your constituents to benefit people in a neighboring village or a neighboring district, or hundreds of kilometers away in the capital city of New Delhi. So the desire to enforce that by local officials is quite low. And even if you didn't want to do it, it gets undermined by corruption, et cetera. And in addition, the farmer lobby has been saying, hey, this is hurting our profits. We're already struggling. And so they had been pushing for, instead of the stick of command and control and fining it, making it a carrot and giving them rewards or financial payments if they didn't burn. And so with several colleagues, we've recently done an evaluation in collaboration with the government of Punjab, one of the states where this pollution takes place, where we said, okay, we're going to give you a reward of 800 rupees per acre if you don't burn. We monitor whether you burn, and then we give you this payment. And our finding is that, you can solve this problem. It's super cost effective to do that. That shouldn't be surprising given what I just showed you about the mortality cost versus the private cost. But to save a life, it's something like $3,000 US. So that's hugely cost effective when we think about the value of saving a life. And so this was, if you think about what we did, it was the same idea that we want to put a price on burning. We want to make burning costly. But when the government was trying to do it by fining people and making it illegal, that way of pricing it was hurting the farmer, and there were all sorts of political economy achievements, barriers to achieving it. We have a price as well on burning. It's just one that makes people weekly better off rather than weekly worse off, the farmers on the ground, and it was therefore much easier to execute logistically and in terms of political economy challenges. And so the implication here is that different policy instruments can achieve the same environmental goal, but with different burdens on different people and different political feasibility. And so as you're thinking about how to balance poverty reduction and environmental degradation, it's also thinking about being creative to say, okay, as a society, we have to internalize these costs to achieve the goal, but we don't have to put the incidence on the very poor. Okay, so just to wrap up, part of my goal here was to be a little bit of a naysayer about some of the optimism that addressing climate change will be the engine of economic growth or job growth in societies. There are some opportunities if you become the world leader, if there's some investment in becoming a technological hub or a manufacturing hub for something that's needed worldwide, like China dominating the market for solar panels. As the whole world tries to address this change, if a country becomes the global center of excellence for that, there are some opportunities to win in that way. But largely, from the point of view of a country, I think it's going to be thinking that we have an optimization problem to pursue economic growth and poverty reduction, and we've just added a constraint. We want to generate that growth while also reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, meeting our national determined contribution under the Paris Agreement or whatever target we have. And I think the key is to build regulatory capacity to be able to do that. And if there are other barriers in the economy that are a drag on economic growth, drag on economic productivity, this is doubling the importance of fixing those, because now there's sort of a second, you can't afford, those are never great to have those drags on the economy, but you certainly can't afford them when you're facing this environmental trade-off. And then the last point I was making was that you need to complement command and control policies so that poverty is not exacerbated as you're achieving these goals. My last point is, I would say, maybe the place that I'm the most optimistic of true win-wins is on particulate matter, because unlike climate change, where the local benefits of reducing greenhouse gases aren't huge, it's a global problem, particulate matter when you reduce that, it's has large local benefits, and there's abundant evidence of quite short-run, benefits to human survival, children learning, labor productivity, and so that's one where I think I'm sort of see where we can achieve both goals in lockstep. So thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Sima, for your comprehensive presentation and also for the relevant example concerning the interconnection between economic development and environmental protection. Maybe before giving the floor to the audience, I would like to make a little point about one topic you mentioned in your slides regarding technological progress. Do you think that this win-win relationship that we try to achieve can be enabled by technological progress, since technology can, reduce the amount of maybe natural resources that can be used in manufacturing, energy efficiencies? So, what's your views on that point? Thank you.
Yes, I think I certainly think that technological progress is key to just say, let's just focus on climate change, to achieving reducing greenhouse gases. Making concrete greener, green concrete, or reducing the energy demands for making steel, or alternative building materials. All of those innovations in production processes, or electric vehicles, that's going to be the key to this. And so, as I said, I guess just coming back from the, is this going to kind of give us there are some spillovers from that technological progress, right? So that technology we create for one purpose might have some extra uses elsewhere. It's going to create some jobs, and so do some job stimulus. So, the entire cost, if we put in $1 billion to, sort of stimulating this new, cleaner industry, it's not that it's $1 billion of cost, because there will be these technological spillovers, there'll be this economic stimulus, et cetera. But, we can't ignore the fact that we just, that we did have to make some investment. So like I said, I think if a country says, we're going to be the innovators and serve a global market, that's where, or, a regional market, that's where the opportunity is for this to be, a net win, where even if you invested the $1 billion, those job creation, the technological spillovers, et cetera, can be more than the $1 billion, because, you've served a global market. You'd have to be pretty lucky about that technology having alternative extra uses, et cetera, to get that, if you were just sort of focused on a domestic market, I think.
Thank you. So let me invite the audience for some couple of questions. Do you have any question? Yes, Roberta? There is another question. I have all the questions at the same time. Okay, go ahead.
This is Roberta Gatti. First of all, Sima, thank you so much for accepting our invitation. And I loved your talk and how you laid out these trade-offs. And I think this is a reality check for all of us working on thinking about the green transition. You hinted at some ideas of political economy of the green transition. For example, you were talking about farmers lobbying for some solution rather than the other. And I was wondering whether you could elaborate a little bit more. I'm thinking about the example of particulate with which you conclude your talk. You would assume that since the costs are local and the wins are near term, this would be truly a win-win, and that we would be already much ahead of where we are in terms of reducing that. But there are redistributive effects, meaning, the well-off families can buy air purifiers for their homes, and so they might not want to push for environmental reforms that are damaging to them. So how would you structure a system of incentives that can bypass this political economy? Thank you.
Hi, Roberta. Thank you for the invitation to present, and thanks for your question. Yeah, I know. I think the political economy challenges are stark, and I know best this example in India that I talked about, and this is one where, for well over a decade, there's been the same conversation every year that this is terrible, we need to solve it. And so one is, yes, there are local costs, but it depends on what we call as local. In this case, it's cross states, and so you need a strong federal government. So it's also just a level of enforcement versus internalizing all of the costs and benefits. So in India, the center, it's a national level problem because the amount of pollution travels quickly enough that probably it's not in the local interest of a village to solve, to reduce it. But once you incorporate the rest of the state or the rest of the nation, it is. And so, I think in a lot of places there's decentralization of regulation and regulatory enforcement, and that kind of once you have these interjurisdictional challenges, you might need either different regulatory structures or ways to kind of crack down on corruption or improve enforcement. One of the successes of environmental regulation in a middle-income country is Brazil and the Amazon, under, I guess, 2 administrations ago, where, their solution was to have a very strong central government, national enforcement in the Amazon, and using federal enforcement officials, et cetera, to crack down on the Amazon. So I guess, I'm rambling a little bit, but I think it's a tough challenge. Like you said, there are vested interests, but I think it also seems to be a challenge of getting in a federal system different levels of government to cooperate with each other.
Hi, Sima. This is Sarah Lukidi from the Central Bank of Morocco, Bank Al-Maghrib. So I want to hear probably your opinion or what you think about something you've touched upon really quickly in your first slides. What we hear lately is ahead of the upcoming COP and the G20 Delhi summit, countries from the G20 summit have reiterated their commitment to reaching those high ceiling commitments in accordance to the Paris Agreement. But what we see is that these are some of the most polluting countries in the world, and countries like Morocco that don't really pollute as much as China or India are committing to some pretty high ceiling NDCs. So in terms of inequalities, there's some big inequalities between countries, and I would like to hear your opinion about that again. You've touched upon it really quickly, but the least polluting countries admittedly have the highest commitments, but they are the ones that are going to face the highest challenges or the highest costs from a polluted world.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. This is, with Rachel Glenister, we recently wrote an article for the Journal of Economic Perspectives on this, point of where we should be mitigating climate change, and I think our point there was that there are a lot of bargains to mitigate climate change in low and middle income countries. So I alluded to some work I had done on deforestation in Uganda. kind of reducing deforestation in Uganda is much more cost effective than subsidizing electric vehicles in the US. But it'd be crazy to ask Uganda to try to reduce climate change, partly because it can't afford to. Its trade-off is much starker than richer countries. And as you said, it isn't polluting, not just now, but historically. Like we're kind of in this mess because of a stock of CO2. And so I think kind of one of our points in there is you really can separate where it happens. So I want to make a point that there are great opportunities to mitigate in Morocco or middle-income countries or low-income countries around the world. So we shouldn't leave them aside. But I'm sort of firmly where you are from an ethical point of view and even an economic point of view, that the financial responsibility, the ethical responsibility is with today's richer countries that can afford to do it with less human suffering and have the resources to do it and are responsible for that. And so, that's a big global political challenge. I'm not optimistic that rich countries are going to say, yes, we are going to pay, we're going to shoulder more of the financial burden. On the one hand, I think, so I think what's kind of getting blurred is where do we see the growth in emissions? So, we can't leave out an India that's growing so rapidly if we want to solve this problem. I firmly agree, but it wasn't India's or Morocco's problem. But it's above my pay grade to know how to get wealthier countries to foot more of the bill. But certainly, I think that makes sense.
Please, Mr. Samad.
Okay, very quick question. I think the question of climate environmental protection is a global question. So do you think that the trade-off should be analyzed in a global perspective instead of analyzing by country, look into the trade-off in a global way? What do you think?
I think, I think there are kind of global ways of thinking of the trade-off. The idea of a social cost of carbon is exactly that. It's, thinking about if we don't do a climate change mitigation, what are all of the global damages, and what are all the global damages that would cause? And so that's exactly you need to do that to have all of the costs and benefits and think about that. I think we don't have a global governance structure, and so at least for climate change, the way things have been structured is through the Paris Agreement of each country setting a target, right? And so at that point, achieving that goal, if a country is going to hit its target, becomes a country level decision. So in other words, I think from first principles, it's completely a global trade-off, and we need to think like that. To actually execute policy, I think just realistically, the only way to do that is to divvy up responsibility at the country level, because that's where there is budgets and enforcement and kind of politics to actually get something that citizens are happy with, and so that's just that creates some inefficiencies in how well we can solve the problem. But I think it's just a realistic way we have to think about it now.
Hi, Sima. This is Abad Abadi from the World Bank. Thank you so much for your presentation. I do want to hear your thoughts on the policy side mostly. So most of the poor, they expose more to this environmental degradation. So they're not getting the benefit of the trade-off that we are talking about. from the economic growth and environmental degradation. So they're the one who are left behind in this process of like getting a growth. So what do you think in terms of like the policies, the viable policies that can be protecting these poor people? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a tough problem, and I think that challenge is, and this, touching on something else in Sarah's question, the very poorest people are going to be hurt the most by climate change, and that's part of the travesty of that, within a lower middle income country. Yeah, I think honestly, I think for the next 50 years, it's really going to be about anti-poverty policies and climate change adaptation. Our challenge, we're not going to be able to mitigate quickly enough to prevent more droughts, more variability of storms, and all of the challenges that are affecting people who are smallholder farmers, and yeah. So I think just the whole sector of social protection becomes that much more important in this world of climate change. I don't know that I have anything more insightful to say about that, except I agree with your point that there's just the global poor are sort of left out of a lot of this debate, and what we're talking about is about people who have already been more successful, and so the poor are out of that equation, but are going to bear the brunt, especially of climate change.
One last question from Kamal.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Sima. My name is Kamal Helou. I'm an economist researcher at the Central Bank of Morocco. First of all, thank you for the really great presentation. I really have a quick question. Why the cost of the energy transition is really under analyzed in the recent studies? If you could just say a few words. Thank you.
Sorry, why is the cost of the energy transition
is under studied or under analyzed in the recent literature?
Yeah. It's a good question, and I'm not the expert, so I'm going to just say I don't know. I'm afraid I don't have a good answer to that question.
Okay, I think we are globally on time. Thank you again, Sima, for your insightful, for a comprehensive presentation. Thank you to the audience for the question. Please join me to applaud Ms. Sima for its quality.
Thanks, everyone. I hope the rest of your conference goes well.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Sima. Thank you, Mr. Jadi Halim. So stay seated. We're going to move right ahead to the closing remarks by Dr. Saidi Abdessamad and Roberta Gatti. Thank you.
So, their distinguished guests, their colleagues, it is my great pleasure to say a few words at the end of this successful conference. So maybe to begin, I think you will agree with me that we have a very rich program. During those 2 days, we have discussed very interesting questions, new ideas, and we contribute to sharing knowledge and experiences on labor markets and on structural transformation. So many of the participants with whom I talked during the conference were really impressed by the quality of the presentation, but also the richness of debates and discussion. Of course, there is some issues to improve, I'm pretty sure of that, and I count on your help to try to improve the next editions. For me, this is a clear indication that our annual meeting is becoming a very important event on the agenda of conferences that aim to promote economic research on topics of interest to our region. And of course, this success is not by chance. This is the work of a team, a hard work of a collective work that started just after the conference of Riyadh at the end of January and the beginning of February. We start working on this edition. So in that regard, let me take this opportunity to thank our partner in the World Bank, and particularly the chief economist of the MENA region, Mrs. Roberta Gatti and her team. I have in mind Leila Baghdadi, I have in mind Jessica and Turia Turugi. And they really work hard with us to organize this edition. I wish also to express my gratitude to all steering committee members of our research network, of course, for their contribution to the design of this edition, but also to the selection of the research paper that were presented. So thank you very much for that. I would like also to thank our distinguished speakers and moderators for their contribution to this conference. And I cannot conclude this word without thanking our colleagues from Bank Al-Maghrib, and in particular, Mrs. Sarah Loukili and Mr. Ousamat Al-Fani from the research team, but also all the colleagues from the other departments, namely cooperation and communication. So, and I congratulate them for their strong commitment and exemplary involvement, really. I will stop here. Thank you very much, and I give the floor to Roberta.
I think that Dr. Saidi said it all. Maybe just let me spend 1 minute to remind us what the Regional Research Network is about. And this is something that was born thanks to the initiative of Dr. Leila Baghdadi, who was, in this case, one of the organizers, the co-organizers of the conference, and Dr. Saidi first, as a way to build a forum and a platform for us in the MENA region to foster economic debate and a free exchange of ideas. And it was such an honor and a pleasure for me to be here at our third conference. And there are a few people that I can thank more than Dr. Saidi and his brilliant team, Usama Tilfani, Sarah Loukili, Rababa Kabune, Mohamed Ait Ali, for the incredible collaboration that we had during these days. There was also a team from the World Bank side that I want to thank because they worked around the clock, and I don't think that Turia has slept for 2 consecutive nights. So besides her heartfelt thanks to Turia, also a deep-felt thanks to Daniel Lederman, who has been our partner in crime throughout all these editions, Jessica Torres and Leila Baghdadi, who passed the baton in the organization of the conference, Asif Islam, Eran Negatu, and again, Turia Turugi. So thank you, all of you who made this happen. Thank you also. Thank you also to our steering committee. And just to remind us who we are, these are all the chief economists or heads of the research departments of central banks of all countries in the region, without exception, who participate and generously give their time to review papers, discuss topics, strategize about what could be the strategic ideas for us to discuss in these conferences, which are open to researchers, academics, and policymakers. I was told by Sarah that we had something like more than 2,400 views on YouTube, so it was not only you in the room that I would like to thank, but also all of those who followed us online. Now, I would like to conclude with the same thought with which His Excellency the Governor opened the conference. A thought of condolence and solidarity with all the victims of the earthquake that are on our thoughts and in our minds. So thank you for being here, thank you for contributing to knowledge, and thank you for keeping this initiative, which is generous donation of time from a community of thinkers to continue spreading knowledge and moving the frontier of knowledge forward. So thank you, and to the next conference.
Sorry, there is a final word.